just something about how the session will be. So there will be this discussion about our three discussants, and there will be also time for question and answers. So I know that there is a chat master. At a certain point, we will pick up some questions, and we also make this question to our speakers. Okay, so let's move. We have here, welcome Marike Van Dornik, Antonia Garavagnolo, and Iletra Colompi. I hope I haven't made any mistake with with the spelling of your names. So Marike is the Deputy Mayor in the City of Amsterdam for Sustainability. Antonia, she is in the Italian Center for Research, and she was a coordinator also for the European project CLIC. And Iletra is a senior advisor at Circular Economy and Circle Design. But now I will give you the floor for a brief introduction of yourself, very brief. I'm asking just if you can tell something about yourself, but positioning already in what is your experience with the circular economy? I mean, what is your view and your as I say, previous experience with the circular economy. So Marike, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Emanuela and everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. It's an important day to have a closer look at the results of the Reflow project, which has been very successful, I think, in Amsterdam, and gave us the possibility to experiment on different issues on the circular economy. My work depends on both urban planning and sustainability, and those two go together very well, as we see that the building industry, or the building is due for a huge amount of CO2 emissions in the world. Only concrete is 77% of emissions. So if we can make the change there to more regenerative ways of building, it's a huge difference. And if we're having a conversation on governance right now, I do think it's very important to link all those different parts of the economy together that produces a lot of CO2 emissions and a lot of pollution. If you can combine them with those with the solutions, it really helps, because you don't have to convince other people. You know, you are with people who already know. I noticed here in the city of Amsterdam that when we launched our circular strategy in 2020, it was just at the beginning of the pandemic. It was really in the early month of COVID-19 hitting our city. And we were wondering whether we should launch something like a circular strategy, because this seems so futile when it comes to fighting, a pandemic and with people with lots of worries on their mind. But we launched it anyway, because we wanted to also show how we can evaluate our economy and re-evaluate what is important in life. And especially when you're in a crisis, you can re-evaluate, you can have a different look at what is important. And especially the idea of the donut economy with good concern for the social fundaments, foundations, but also concern for the planetary boundaries. We noticed that a lot of people in Amsterdam, but also all over the world, really put hope to that, and saying we have come to a situation where actually this is not an economy that brings us further. It doesn't provide a good social foundation for a large majority in this world, but also we are polluting our own planet, and it's the only one we have. So we notice that if you have a good story behind it and a good future and a good perspective, circular economy is something that appeals to a lot of people and to a lot of businesses. So in a way, in the midst of a pandemic, we launched our strategy, and we found that a lot of businesses and people in Amsterdam were enthusiastic to go with it. And sometimes we also really were able to launch some projects that really had this social elements and these ecological elements at the same time. Let me give you one example before I stop. We started to collect devices like laptops, electronic devices like laptops and iPads that were going to be thrown away by businesses. We had people with a distance to the labor market refurbish them. So we could give them away to people with very low income who had no way of communicating during the pandemic because they didn't have money for electronic devices. Let's say elderly people who wanted to communicate with their family, etc., etc. So, and also we made sure that there was no electronic waste. So we kind of combined the fact of no electronic waste together with empowering people on the labor market, at the same time making sure that people with low income were not isolated because of the lockdowns. And you know, sometimes difficult situations create a lot of creativity, and I do believe that the circular economy really helps in that.
Thanks a lot, Marike. I think you already put out very important concepts, and really also congratulations for having had the courage to launch this strategy during the pandemic. And as you say, with these difficulties that in any case, they help you somehow to find out new strategies and innovative solutions. So as I say, push out for creativity. Okay, now we go for Antonia. Could you please also introduce a bit yourself, your work with the circular economy and your perspective on this?
Thank you very much, Emanuela. I'm very happy to be here today with such great panelists. And I thank very much Christiana for the invitation in this project that we know since some years. It has been very interesting to also work together between different European funded projects. So coming to my background, I'm an architect and researcher in the National Research Council in Italy. And we led this Horizon 2020 project CLIC that was focused on the cultural heritage, adaptive reuse, and which role it can have in the circular transition at urban and territorial level. So this project was highlighting how the reuse of abandoned assets, abandoned urban areas, and particularly the historic urban areas, historic buildings, can really have a role in this transition, as it is an opportunity to readapt and to retrofit the buildings. We are in Europe, and almost every city has historic centers, historic areas. And we have, unfortunately, a lot of areas that are not anymore in use. It can be industrial areas or religious, cultural heritage, or many other different types of territories that are half in use, underused, abandoned. And this is identified, at least in the CLIC perspective, as an urban waste. Which can have a role with a new life in our cities, and also bring, from the social perspective, a new way of collecting the energy of the people, of the communities. As cultural heritage has also symbolic value, has also identity value for the communities, and it can be, in the CLIC experience, it can be leverage, it can be a driver of urban regeneration, also from the social perspective, bringing together the people and co-designing also the new uses, new life for these abandoned areas and buildings. So this is the CLIC perspective, what we analyzed, what we were exploring for more than 3 years. And also I can say that this CLIC experience has also led to new projects. Horizon 2020 project, for example, we are running now a new one that is Be Culture, and it is focused also on the role of cultural heritage and circular economy in the cultural tourism sector, which is, let's say, a side aspect, but not very much side, as it is a large part of the GDP in Europe, in many European countries. and also many different researches in the social science, in the architectural sector, economic sector. So another aspect that we were exploring in CLIC is how the circular business models, circular financing can support this transition and can help to make business plans viable also for cultural heritage. So this is in synthesis, let's say, a little bit of what we explored in the last years, and still thank you. So I'm very happy to continue in this panel.
Thank you very much, Antonia, and very good to hear also this perspective, linking cultural heritage, the reuse of buildings with the circular economy. As you say, it's urban waste, and probably it's not something so widespread to consider the urban waste, the whole the material from the building. So I think, thank you very much for this. And so now we go with Iletra. Please, could you also introduce a bit yourself, but also your view on the circular economy in your experience?
Yes. Hi, ciao Emanuela, and hi everyone. Happy to be here and hear also all the different ways to work with cities and circularity. Yes, I'm Electra. I lead the team of thriving cities at Circle Economy. We're actually an organization based in Amsterdam, and we have been operating already for 10 years, supporting cities, businesses, and nations. We work with these three different type of actors to help them implement circular economy models on the ground. In particular for cities, we have developed and we have already tested with more than 40 cities around the world what we call the circular innovation journey. We have really started also with back in 2015 with the city of Amsterdam, a pioneer. But through this journey, actually, we help the cities understand where they are in terms of their material flow. So we do use data and visualizations to help them make decisions. But at the same time, we work a lot with the design thinking principles and participatory design, bringing together stakeholders to co-create circular visions, circular strategies, and actually land into pilot projects that they will be implemented on the ground and start showcasing this new reality of circular economy. I was very lucky to have worked also with the team of Marike and developed a circular strategy for the city of Amsterdam, also integrating this holistic thinking of a donut economic model that she mentioned. Really looking at how we can have both synergies in an intelligent management of resources, closing the loop of systems, respecting the planetary boundaries and the impact we have as a city locally, but also globally in other livelihoods and other parts of the world. But also really looking at the social dimensions of a circular economy. How can we make the circular transition inclusive? How can we make sure that these new solutions will benefit all and not only those that can afford them? So we are also, as an organization, have developed programs around circular jobs and what kind of skills will be needed to be developed in the labor force. And we support cities also developing vocational programs for reskilling the workers with the new types of activities that will need to take place. And of course, all these, as you understand, are also have inherently the idea of governance, because we are really working with all these different stakeholders on the ground. So I can bring more the practice experience of what has this been for me and for the cities I've worked with. This experience of really marrying and bringing people together to co-create and realize such innovations on the ground. So happy to be here and discuss about all this. Thank you for an invitation.
Thank you very much, Letra. Happy you're here as well. So we can now go further with the discussion. You already introduced key elements. So I would like to go a little bit more deeper on that. And I would like to ask first to Marike, but to all of you. You mentioned, Marike, the Amsterdam strategy you launched during the pandemics. So could you please be more specific also who are the actors, the key actors that for you were involved in these strategies, and also which were somehow the relations between these actors, the responsibilities, and I mean, can you provide a bit how the collaboration was bring forward? And I will suggest to stay more or less in 3 minutes for this, so that we can then make a quick tour the tab and then come back, of course, to this question.
Yes, I will be brief. And I think all the when the introduction was given by Priscilla this morning, she mentioned all the target groups for this conference, and I do believe those are the main groups working that we need in a circular economy, but all with their own roles. I really do believe that a government can really set goals and set a direction that also gives back support to all the people within industries or within communities to really take it further. Because if front runners working on in the circular economy always have to fight for every, let's say fight for every step they want to take, because they do something out of the ordinary, they do it a little bit different. So you need a government to support you, whatever you do. But we also know that the government doesn't have all these solutions, because we are very much we're aligned to all kinds of different laws that actually are based on the linear economy. So we also have to really look at how can we try to interpret our laws in a bit of a different way in order for these innovators to be able to do things. So actually, as a government, we used a lot of special laws that we can experiment. And you really need that, because without experiments, without innovation, you don't go there. So you need to support those who are working on innovation. You need to support communities that want to work on different ways, and not only in innovation of techniques, but also innovations of, for example, how the governance is. I can give you one example. One of the things we're doing is groups of people who are trying to build their own houses. As a community, in the idea of community land trusts, where you have more as a community wealth building ways of living together instead of strict differences between a housing company renting the house, the people living in it, and other things. So it's, you have to experiment on that with communities, with businesses, but also with, of course, knowledge institutes that really can help you further with either how can we do this within the law that is here, or what kind of techniques do you need? So I do believe that everybody plays its role. Everybody plays the role they can do best. And you need a government being two things, giving directions in where you want to go, so people actually know that this is not just something that we do for 1 month and then we have something else and we go after we try something else. So this is something that is here to stay, that we really want to focus on and really be doing, and giving space to everybody who wants to implement that and work on that. So that is kind of how we started working. So we defined all the different roles and see what those actors needed in order to fulfill that role to the utmost. At the same time, we also, of course, concluded that there were some things that we as a city government couldn't do. So we also need people who can, and of course, circular economy helps us with that, but also other parties, to also lobby and advocate towards different national laws and European laws. Because I think one of the things that becomes clear after working with circular, let's say circular projects, is that we still live within a linear economy. And we are still doing circular projects within a linear economy. All our taxes, all our systems are still based on a linear economy. So I think the next step is really also looking for advocacy to really make those changes to allow those projects who are now still in some kind of innovative, experimental way to really grow into and mature into, you know, the normal way that they can actually thrive.
Thanks a lot, Marike. I think this gives already a good overview and somehow touch on the practice of what is happening really in the life of the city. Because otherwise, when we talk about governance, somehow you think that is something that stays in the air, but you were very clear on giving the direction, giving also the roles, and also this idea that something that has to stay. So it's not something that is, so to give also the sense that is important for the citizen. And I will come back on this because I have some questions, but before I would like to hear also from Antonia, in your experience with the Click or with the other projects you managed, who were the key actors and how did you involve them?
Yes, thank you. So I was hearing with much interest what Marike was saying, because we were also working in Amsterdam actually with the organization Pakhuis de Zwijger. They also had the role with the network of stakeholders in highlighting the importance of cultural heritage for the circular city plan. And it was kind of a success for us to see in the new strategy of Amsterdam that cultural heritage has had a role, has been highlighted also as a way to bring forward the transition. In other cities that were involved in the Click project, we have seen this strong role of the civil society. Let's say organizations such as Pakhuis, but also different other organizations in all the cities involved. We have started a participatory process to develop an action plan for cultural heritage adaptive reuse in the perspective of the circular economy. Of course, there are issues and there are barriers to really realize these plans, because especially for cultural heritage, which is particular type of building of site, there are barriers due to regulations and not all the actions that you can do in other let's say more linear buildings you can do the same for circularizing the heritage. There is also some issues in the waste recovery of the building materials, and let's say a new experimentation phase should be opened, perhaps to allow, as also Marike was saying, to allow different organizations to act in this transition, as we have also the regulation aspects, let's say, set for another way of thinking, another way of doing, which is the linear way of doing. We addressed a little bit this aspect also. And the role of a civil society, but also of entrepreneurs, can be really key to highlight these barriers and to find together solutions, possible solutions that can be experimented. In particular, in Italy, for example, we have the experiment, let's say, of the pact of collaboration between the civil society, citizens, or different organizations that can propose projects, that can propose actions, even very tiny small actions for reusing abandoned sites, for reusing small places in the city, or even for larger projects. So this is a way of, let's say, disrupting the current regulations and bringing at the first point the subsidiarity principle between the civil society and the institutions, which has had a lot of success in Italy. More than 200 cities are activating this kind of regulations or pacts. And it was a model that we explored a little bit in CLIC as a governance, a circular governance model that can really help. And the same we did in other areas, such as in Croatia and Rijeka, or we worked at the regional level in the Västra Jutland region in Sweden. And we have seen everywhere this aspect that collaboration between different subjects, so different sectors, the institutions, the entrepreneurs, the civil society is really key for finding solutions, for really going to the ground and to see what are the real problems and how we can take a step to overcome them.
Thanks a lot, Antonia. I think very important this also this example on the pact of collaboration, but as you both highlighted, this problem of having still a linear thinking and linear regulatory systems. So when we talk about circular, but then we still have some background which is very linear, and how to overcome it. And go to Eletra, which is also your experience, also the key actors. You were, you say you are bringing the perspective from the practice point of view, from you're working with the communities. So what is your experience in this regard? Also, you mentioned the donut economy. I would like to know also if there is some specificity applying the concept of donut economy on the ground.
Yes, I was thinking also to talk a little bit about that. The actors, and I have worked with the city of Amsterdam, which is a pioneering city in terms of, I would say, participation, and they have this motto, learning by doing. So they are really opening often the process of design and of strategy making with different stakeholders. There are different experiences depending also on the culture of policy making and the institutional structures between cities, and how easy it is to bring together stakeholders. If I could try to make a bit of a theory from my different experiences, I would see like the necessary changes that need to happen within the institution and the different departments. So for example, for when we were bringing the donut model to the city of Amsterdam, because of its holistic nature, that was bringing all these different both social and environmental dimensions, it was necessary to bring around the same table different departments, which usually in cities, strategies or programs are managed from specific angles. So also circular economy is more usually approached from the let's say the department of waste management, sometimes the sustainability department, but it's not often seen as a theme relevant to the people that are working with the social dimensions, for example, education, health, or even other sides of also the economic department is not necessarily always involved in the development of circular economy strategy. So one of the first, let's say, elements that need to happen, or the first things that we can see happening when we want to implement a more holistic approach like the donut, is to bring these different departments together and start looking at the big picture and understanding the synergies of how this transition, so like the circular economy or the donut economy, are including all different programmatic angles or different strategies, and how they can create one holistic vision. Then the next layer, of course, is how to, once you have the internal organization and structure coming together, how you can bring in the other stakeholders, how you can bring in the businesses, entrepreneurs, the innovators, the champions, the change makers from the ground, but also, of course, the civil society. How can you create this dialogue? In the processes we are putting together, we are asking the city to bring in early on in the co-creation of the strategies, the practitioners and the businesses that are the ones that are going obviously to bring these strategies to life. And there is a fine balance, which is there is not a one recipe that I could give to all cities, but there is a fine balance to see when is the right time to bring them in so that the process still flows, but there is enough buy-in, there is enough integration with the experience from the ground and validation of the vision that the city brings in from the ones that know what is working in practice. And that's something that is really also very much a learning by doing experience. And when cities can allow this opening, but with a certain, of course, always intention and an end goal. So it's not an endless process of discussions, but they allow this openness to experiment and bring in and create these spaces for co-creation. This is one of the most important elements for the circular economy design, let's say.
Thank you very much, Letra. So you explain a bit more this concept, how the model was applied, and I think very important that you highlighted that also in the departments. I mean, in the cities, it's different to put together different departments, and it's somehow, I mean, weird that you also have a circular economy. Sometimes the department for economies is not even there, because we know that as well there is much more linear thinking than circular thinking. So I think this is also the added value of projects like Reflow, because circular economy in general is not the same as circular economy in city of a circular city, which brings a different, completely different perspective. And you can go for a second round of questions. I don't know if there are questions from the participants, the public, in case we can take one or two questions. Or you can put in the chat. We can have a second round now very quick, and then we have time if you have for a final question. Okay, so I will ask to Marike one thing, because you mentioned this strategy, and Iletra was also explaining a bit more how it was working in Amsterdam. What were the main barriers? Because Antonia was mentioning some barriers for the implementation. What were the main difficulties you had? So the negative, the difficult aspects of this experience.
Well, maybe one of the difficulties that we're still looking at is also the mindset of people. You know, we were brought up in a way. Maybe this is a little bit like grandma tells you, but I grew up in the times of rape and tension, and we were told that there is no alternative. So one of the barriers that we have is a lot of people still feel or still see the circular economy like some hobby, something that you can do next to the normal ways of working. So one of the barriers is to really say this is not just some ecological thing. This is really the way forward to have a more just society and a more just economy for the benefit of all. I think Antonia was saying it, or Alexa, I'm not sure, to say it's not only for us here in Amsterdam. It's very much also for people in other parts of the world, because we have been, you know, the West has been colonizing the world for a long time, and we still do, because we still take out a lot of primary resources from other parts of the world, ship them all over the world to get here and make new resources. And we do that to the expense of the health of our planet, but also very much to the health of people in other parts of the world. Look at labor exploitation, look at pollution in those areas. So it's really looking for another way of looking at our economy. And I think for me, that's a barrier to make sure that circular economy is really the way forward and is really something that should replace what we now think is normal. So, and the best way to do it, and it has been said already in this panel, is really to make sure that you have everybody on board in the roles that they play best, so that you can actually make sure that you have strong communities who can actually work on that. And I think that's also interesting. In the circular economy, you need a much broader perspective when it comes to economy than just what we are used to, and say we have public, private ways of working. So it's the governments together with businesses who are doing things. And now we're looking actually broader, and we're looking at public, private, and communities. It's not individual people most of the times. It's most of the times communities who take on, and as Antonia was saying, the civil society who's taking on a much bigger role than they used to. And I think they're also filling a gap. You know, we have been for a long time dealing with governments and entrepreneurs as the ones who are deciding what to do. And the communities and the public was never really into that. So I think it's also a solution for something like a democracy gap that we have. We have a circularity gap, but we also have a democracy gap in the economy that we're having right now. So I think the fact that it's actually a major change and a really system change that we're doing is sometimes a barrier, but it also can be also sometimes good, because if everybody would understand that we're actually changing the world by introducing the circular economy, everybody would be against it, or a lot of people would be against it. So now we can do it with nice projects that everybody likes, and at the same time changing the world. So it's, in a way, it's a barrier, and at the same time, it's also a way to people and also business who are used to the linear economy and still believe in the linear economy to get used to different ways of working, and having it introduced with not a revolution, but a step-by-step way of doing. When it comes to two major barriers that we're still seeing in Amsterdam when we're trying to introduce it, I do think it's the tax system that still has high taxes on labor. And it was already said, it needs a lot of labor to have a good circular economy. You need a lot of hands to actually do it. So we need lower taxes on labor and higher taxes on primary resources, so that it actually is more profitable to recycle and to recreate and to reuse instead of getting new resources from other parts of the world to create something completely new over here. So that is something that is really a barrier. The other one, I do think we need some regulations on producers to make sure that there is a producer's responsibility, that actually they make things that can be repaired. I think the right to repair is one of the strongest claims that we have in the circular economy, or the right to be that is recycled. And here I do think we have the public really on our side. We see that so many people are fed up living in some kind of disposable society where you throw everything away. We notice that vintage clothing is really taking the heights. A lot of people like to buy secondhand. So I do think the public is ready for it. So let's make the market ready for it. And I do believe the European Commission has a role to play here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marek. I think you put a lot of concepts. I think this big shift in the mentality, which is the bigger thing. And very important, this idea of step-by-step change. So that what you are doing with the involvement of communities and let's say with these two main barriers. Antonia, you already mentioned your barriers when in your first intervention. So for you, I will pick up a question from the audience. I see a very long one, but I see one that was on a small and medium-sized city can embark a circular journey, especially in the global south. Since you had cities which were not, you have all small, at least medium-sized city in Click. Would you like to reply to this question?
Yes, thank you for this question. And this is a very interesting point. We had a medium-sized city in Italy, which is provincial capital in the area. And also we see in our work many different small and medium cities that would like to embrace this challenge of the circular economy and the circular city model. But it is also important to highlight some aspects that were also mentioned about skills, about mindset, and also about cost, I would say, because especially small cities don't have resources to start new projects, to really experiment. And in this sense, it is very important the resources coming from the European Commission, in our experience, that really open a window of experimentation for many different cities that can have this time and space to reflect on the circular strategies that they want to implement. Perhaps one of the challenges related to mindset is also the need in many municipalities, especially the smallest one, who don't have a dedicated department, for example, for the circular transition. And they are really busy with daily life, with daily issues, daily problems, and there are no people really able to take time to develop these strategies. So in this sense, I think that the collaboration between all the parts of the society, as said, the entrepreneurs, the civil society, but also the funding bodies, which could have a role in this sense to fund, to finance some small or medium projects in small cities, can be very important to bring together the resources needed to really embrace this transition.
Thanks a lot, Antonia. Very important is how even small and medium cities can embark on this journey, and putting the community, somehow is helping. And this is in line what Marek was mentioning on communities. And I think also we have another question on communities. So so I will make this question to Eletra. Since you are working exactly on this, can you tell more about which role communities plays in the new public-private community trio? Because you had also this experience with Amsterdam City, so in this strategy.
Yes, I mean, I work directly more with the municipalities. So not only with the communities come as a partner in the strategy developments I do with cities. What I find interesting to witness also, especially now with this new experiment that Amsterdam has embarked on, for example, with the donut economic model, is how important is these movements to happen together. For example, what we witnessed in Amsterdam was, on the one hand, the city picking up and taking the first steps with developing a visionary strategy and bringing this new concept and embracing it and experimenting with it. But also, of course, there were already a lot of innovators and change makers on the ground, community representatives, neighborhood initiatives, that they were already far ahead with bringing the donut in different practices. And they themselves formed a self-organized network called the Amsterdam Donut Coalition to really actually say, we are here to make this vision a reality. And when these two came together, this is when it really propelled. And I mean, this was a momentum that was harnessed in the right way, to see the city picking a new idea, supporting it, something that was already moving on the ground, but then also they supported, on the other hand, the different organizations to form a coalition and then go back to the city and say, we are here. And then it's such an interesting relationship and a very new way to see how these two can go hand in hand. So how the city can still give the freedom and give allow to the or like support the coalition from the back to bring in their ideas, then the coalition also to go back and say we want to also monitor if everything goes well, or but at the same time be here to implement this strategy. So this is an interesting collaboration to see how this can come together. And what I wanted to say is that we need to see both. We need to see both working in parallel and finding ways to work hand in hand. And I think this is a very new form of democracy that it's interesting to experience and explore how it's going to be forming in big cities. Because I guess in the past we had more of such of a small city democracy, all working together, coming from Athens. I can talk about that, but now we need to see how this is more happening in a decentralized format also in big cities.
Thanks a lot, Iletra. And thanks a lot to all the three of you, Iletra, Antonia, and Marike. Now I'm going to wrap up the question. We are ending this very, very interesting opening session. I think it's very important because it was the opening and you already highlighted very key points and it's difficult to wrap up, but I will just I took some notes, but I think that main aspects you all highlighted is this important in the shift in the mentality. So which will take time, is taking time because of course it's a big change and it's going to happen step by step. The different roles you have with the public, setting the goals with the people and with the private sector, but very important with the communities, especially in these new models you are applying, like the donut economy, but also the examples that Antonia was bringing about the pact of collaboration. So how really you put together the different actors, but also how the different actors are together in the institutions, because you highlighted that it's not just because the public is not monolithic. Inside the municipality, you have the different departments and you have to bring also the different departments together. So it's really, you pointed out these different layers. You highlighted the barriers, like the regulatory barriers, for example, or the taxes. And I would like just to close with your final concept about democracy and about just city and just society, which the three of you were highlighting. And I think this is the key points for the future, for the circular cities, but for the cities and for the societies in general. So really our contribution to have a more just society. And I think this is very, very the key point you touched. And now I think we can close this session and give the floor to the next session, which is, I think, I don't know if Christiana is there to introduce the second session. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you so much, Emanuela, for moderating the session, and thank you very much to our speakers, Marike and Antonia and Electra. It was really, really interesting, and I will bring for the next part of the session some of the key elements that were pointed out this morning. I think it was a great start, and we need to close the democracy gap as well as the circularity gap in our current society. But now we will have a short break, and then we will start the business session soon. So thank you. We will be here at 10:05. So hello again, everyone, and welcome back to our next section that will be on business. So we are continuing to focus on the key stakeholders of Reflow. And this time there will be Yara Turjan, who will be leading the session, including Charlotte Guide from State of Green, Mauro Iannone, and Alejandro Franco. So I will leave the floor to the next session.
Thank you, Cristiana. Welcome, everyone. Let me just wait for everyone to join. Okay, we're good. Hi. So in this session, we will basically be discussing the role of businesses in establishing a circular economy. For us to be able to establish the circular economy, which is today inherently about rethinking our economic systems, we need the transformation of production and consumption patterns, a shift from a more linear system to a more collaborative value network. What we will be also discussing today is how businesses can actually put in place or drive this transition, and how can this happen? How can this application happen faster and be adopted faster by more companies and businesses of all scales, so small and big companies. Allow me to first introduce our panelists. We have, at the beginning, Charlotte Guide. You are head of partnerships of State of Green in Denmark. You are mainly responsible for Danish and international collaborations at State of Green, which is a non-profit public-private partnership that works to strengthen international awareness of the solutions and competences of Danish businesses and industry across sectors of energy, water, climate, adaptation, and environment. You have also a very specific interest in the global green transition, which is a huge value in this discussion as well. And you work on acceleration and how to create a sustainable and livable green society through partnerships. Welcome, Charlotte. Alejandro,
thank you.
Alejandro, you are co-founder and chief commercial officer at Café Bueno. You have an experience in circular innovations using businesses as a force for change. You are also co-founder and CEO at Café Bueno, which is a Danish bioscience company using green chemistry and biotechnology to upcycle coffee's byproducts into an active and functional ingredients for personal care, nutraceuticals, and functional foods. Welcome, Alejandro.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Mauro Iannone, a sustainable processes expert at Numena. Mauro, you are Fab Lab manager and consultant in digital fabrication, additive manufacturing, and cloud computing. You are a specialist in sustainable processes and with experience in materials recycling and composite material processes. You are currently focusing on machine learning and robotic manufacturing through sustainable 3D printing and multiple scales at Numena, a group based in Barcelona. Your interest today remains in creating connections between this innovative sector and the different actors in both business and institutions.
Hello,
welcome,
thank you.
Allow me maybe to start with the hard truth question of, is it actually possible for business, which is mainly a profit and growth driven industry, to be the change driver in establishing a circular economy for a circular society? And mainly how can collaborative value networks be established in such a competitive sector? I think this is a question for all of us to kind of kickstart and then go into more detail. Maybe Charlotte, you would want to start?
Yes. So the question, is it possible for businesses, and also here we say businesses all over, no matter the size, no matter the business model and so on. And there I would say it's only possible for the businesses who actually dare to change their value chain and also value resources in the same way that they today maybe value money. and the profits. So it's about thinking about these resources that we have, energy, water, materials, and so on, and giving them the same value in your value chain. And that's not all businesses that are doing that today. And it might not be all businesses that are going to do this in the future. So I think it's only going to businesses that are going to survive that actually do implement circular economy principles in their own value chain. And also, of course, in the products that then they market to the global societies. With that being said, of course, we are hopeful for the future in State of Green because we have really good examples of businesses that are already doing this. And I think the role of the private sector here is that they are able to drive the innovations needed to have more circular economy, not only in cities, but also in societies. The private sector holds a big part of the responsibility because they do have a lot of the footprint in the resources. So when they need to do the transition, which a circular economy is, they are the ones who, because they have the problem, I think are the best fitted to actually come up with the best solutions to it as well.
Thank you. So this kind of brings me to Alejandro and Mauro, who you basically are part of, you've established or are part of businesses that work actively through mechanisms that are already part of this transition. So you didn't have a business that is transitioning into a circular economy, but you've started your activity, or you do your activity within this economy, whether be it with the materials that you choose or that you work with. So Alejandro, what is your take on this, knowing that you the product that you put on the market comes out from this circularity? What is the response also with your clients? And is it more of a niche that you create, or are you able to notice a bigger platform established around with also other businesses that work in the same way that you do?
The way I see it, first of all, when you ask about is it possible to achieve profits and growth despite circularity, I see it more like circularity actually enables profit and growth. By implementing circular practices in your supply chain, you can actually reduce your costs and increase the margin, offering also, or allowing you to be able to offer lower prices to increase market adoption. So from whichever angle that I see it, circularity is just a tool to increase profits and growth, not the opposite. There was a time, of course, that let's say sustainability and profits were seen as mutually exclusive, but I don't think it's the case anymore. And yeah, sure, it might be more, or from one perspective, it could be easier to start a business with a circular approach because you don't have to change things inside, but then you have to change things in the market, in the industry, and with the stakeholders that you deal with. So the difficult part is changing that mindset when you're dealing with a lot of corporates that have not been used to acting circularly. However, in the past, maybe 5 years, 6 years, when I started Café Bueno about 6 years ago, circularity was still looked at with skepticism. Today is a lot more, let's say, not even a plus, but almost an expectation. And the upcycling trend demonstrates it. Upcycled food products, for example, it's a market already estimated over $40 billion. So it is no longer a trend, but a huge industry. And the perception of our customers and stakeholders, let's say maybe 5 years ago, they were expecting immediately either a lower quality product or a cheaper product because it came from waste. But what we have been focusing on is changing the perception of what they conceive as waste, because the fact that it has been going to the trash doesn't mean that it's really a waste. It's just been treated as waste, but it's actually a wasted resource. And then that assumption of a lower quality product or a cheaper price, it just neglects all the high tech that is going into its upcycling process. So once we have managed to educate it, especially the corporates, which are our biggest clients, then they understand the value of it. And the most important part, at least from in our industry, which is like the benefits of some molecules on a cellular level. That once they understand that there's no difference between an upcycle or a non-upcycle, but just it's more sustainable, the quality is the same, they can actually understand the value of the product.
Okay, very interesting, Alejandro. So basically, this brings me to my next question, which was, what is really the role and responsibilities and differences between startups and big companies, and who is best suited to lead the way to circularity? So Mauro, if maybe I want to start with the fact that, if you take the fact that startups are maybe indeed best suited to lead the way because they can already start with this sustainable and circularity approach, knowing also how they do their business internally and how they lead their research and how they deal with their stakeholders. So for example, for you, in your activity, knowing that you work on advanced materials and technologies, but you also deal with a lot of actors that have been in the sector for a long time, be it the construction business, retail businesses, and others. So how do you see, or how do you analyze this switch in the ability of these different stakeholders to go for a more sustainable solution? And is it do they really start establishing this in their practice also internally, or is it just based on particular projects that they come to you to develop?
Yes, let's say that the market has been changing on this topic in the last years. For example, about the materials we use in our additive manufacturing processes, our clients now ask us much more sustainable materials than before. There's a lot us to be much more sustainable. This approach started from the very beginning of our additive manufacturing sector, since I think it was created exactly to not say to fight, but to substitute in a way the gross production and the gross distribution system, as long as this more distributed way of manufacturing that also offer much material and energy savings compared to the traditional manufacturing processes of the big industries. Let us be more flexible and more tied to the territory, and this is I think an important topic. Small subjects, startups, are more adapted and know better their territory, and I think this is an important topic, because the 0 kilometer activity allow more knowledge and control on all the process and all the materials that come inside and goes out. So for example, our clients now ask for bioplastics or 3D printing with natural material like clay or things like this. We have been very lucky, because since the beginning our sector has been, it is very oriented to sustainability and to innovation, join together a part of research and the application in the market. And so we have been very fast to answer to the request of biomaterials to the market.
Thank you, Mauro. This brings me, so every subject is really linked to one another. So this question of actually research, and because in dealing with circularity, we also deal with new technology that is advancing quite fast. So there's nowadays maybe more pressure on businesses to adapt fast to new materiality, but also new technologies that are being set and that are being discovered, be it academically or on the market. So how can businesses practically and how early in an innovation or in an innovative process, maybe across sectors, like not only in research and tech, but also in innovative processes in making business and dealing with stakeholders, how early can businesses start testing these solutions on the market? Maybe Alejandro also, because in your research, I'm guessing that you also would need a return or user experience once you launch a product. So how early can you do that? Also from a profit point of view, or in a way of knowing that this research or this product will for sure succeed. How fast can you do that and keep up with the innovation happening and the research happening in academia or in other sectors, if you're in contact with them?
Yeah, I think the key for any business, circular or not, but in this particular context, being a business that, if a business revolves about circularity, cool, perfect. But then just because it's circular doesn't mean that it's good. So the business needs to be focused on solving actual market needs, something that the market is looking to replace. For example, in the context of my company, we looked at the cosmetics industry and nutraceuticals or functional foods, and then start looking at all the gaps in the market. For example, there's a need to replace synthetics and petrochemicals for the transition into natural, but then there's a there's a lack of natural ingredients that comply with the high performance of synthetics, and or have some functional barriers, or maybe price is just too way off. So if I were to go to the market and just, I don't know, take something from coffee and do, I don't know, and I say, this is a circular ingredient from coffee, let's try out what happens. They will be like, yeah, but why do I need it? But on the other hand, if I take into consideration all the problems that they are trying to solve, and then be more specific, okay, maybe in anti-aging, they are trying to get rid of this particular ingredient, and these are all the properties. How can we make an ingredient that replaces that one for a BB cream in anti-aging? And then what we do in order to validate that is immediately, like as soon as we have prototypes, we don't wait until it's perfect. As soon as we have prototypes, we start, of course, signing NDAs and everything, all of the administrative things, but then sending samples to the R&D, product development teams of both small companies and big companies, as well as involving management to accelerate the process. Usually, what has worked for us in order to accelerate the market adoption, because dealing with companies, with very big corporates, the sales cycle can take 2 or 3 years to close a deal. So if we rely on them for our business growth, we cannot wait until they decide to buy to make our business work. So in the meantime, what we do is look for early adopters of our technologies, which are usually smaller companies, smaller brands that can take to market a new innovation in a period of 6 months. And that also gives some data that we can use to also reinsure the corporates, which ironically are more risk averse, and then allow them to go through with the innovation. And once that happens, we're able to reach an economy of scale, because they are the ones with the volumes, reduce the costs, and be able to make it mainstream.
Charlotte, isn't there exactly like, do you deal with a lot of reluctance from, let's say, big corporations, and what would be their main drivers to engage with these circular solutions?
Well,
sorry.
sorry, yeah, sorry. I think also, sorry for chipping in here, Alejandro, you said it earlier, like circular solutions, it's great when you want to make the world a better place and sustainability, but it also is just a question of it's good business because you can actually reduce your marginal cost in your value chain. And I think that will still be a main driver for many of the companies, and also big companies, that they need to see that this solution isn't adding cost in their value chain. For instance, as you also described, Alejandro, if the price is just too high or something, then it doesn't really make sense. It won't be able to supplement something that they're using today. So I think that is definitely a driver, but we can also see that having circular or sustainable value chains in companies that not necessarily are the ones that are in the end providing a circular solution, but they are the ones that need to implement the solution, will also be a question of competitiveness, that their consumers, both B2B and B2C, will be asking and demanding for them to have a circular transition, a sustainable transition, if they want to engage with them in the future. And that's seen, for instance, in the decisions that investors are going to take, new taxonomy and so on. All of this is something that is pushing a high demand on these businesses to actually do something and implement more resource efficient solutions, because it would be a question of survival in the future, I think. And also I have a question for you, Alejandro, because you said this, it's a question of also looking at the demands in the market and maybe also for consumers in some degree. But I guess when you are startups and innovators, you are also pushing some solutions that maybe the market doesn't know that they need yet. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what can you actually, what have you done there?
But I mean, you need to look at the well, I'm talking from the perspective of the industries that we serve. And for example, if you understand the science behind, or the, let's say, a very big issue being glycation or photoaging or psoriasis, whatever, then if you start looking at, instead of what is being done in the market, start looking at the cost of the problem, then you can start ideating different ways on how to approach it, not necessarily how the market is doing today, but just come up with a different solution. We have done this in a couple of cases by, let's say, focusing. You would think, okay, we have limited things that we can do because it's just coffee. But once you actually break it down and into its composing molecules, then you can turn them around in certain ways so that they can act in your body in the way that you want them to. So by doing that, then we go on to let's say, to a big company and say, okay, apart from meeting this consumer need that you have been trying to solve, you can solve it now in a new way. But apart from that, this ingredient also gives you other benefits in the formulation, like reducing the amount of preservatives that you use and so on and so on. This is a change in the sense that they are used to using 20 ingredients. One has one particular purpose, but then if you show them that this other ingredient can provide multiple benefits, then they start rethinking of how do they formulate and make products for consumers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely multiple benefits as a lever for businesses, of course. So not
Yeah.
Very interesting, because this brings me to, before getting into maybe how businesses interact with other actors, specifically policy and policymakers. I want to just stop a moment on the collaborative aspect that businesses could adopt in between each other to also engage better in this circular economy, and how how able are businesses to really adopt a collaborative approach, knowing that, you know, one can do all, and across sectors we have a lot to learn from each other, from our practices, but also basically the materials or ways of making things, and adopting a value chain network that is more collaborative across sectors. Maybe Mauro, when you're dealing with on projects with different stakeholders, how does this work? Do you feel like there's this ability to collaborate and, you know, distribute a bit the practices and activities within projects more than before, where one business would want to take a hold of the entire project and actually basically get the entire benefit out of it?
In the various sectors where I've been working, let's say that especially after the economical crisis of 2008, in many sectors, I'm thinking in this moment, for example, to nautical sector, there have been a kind of natural selection of the companies, meaning that a few of them have disappeared, and the ones that stay on the market are the ones that have externalized a lot of processes that automatically generate a collaborative environment between a lot of actors in the territory or in the sector itself. I think when there is an economical sustainability for a process or for an activity, there always a pushing for this type of behaviors among all the supply chain, from the raw materials to the services. We have been watching this more than in additive manufacture, mainly in recycling sector, where I am a witness that the market can be changed. I don't believe completely that we have to create something that the market accepts. Sometimes the market changes, and I give you an example. A supermarket brand in Turin, in northwest of Italy, just because has seen a few startups that were selling door-to-door food without packaging create a corner into the supermarkets, and it was a winning choice because all the supermarkets in north of Italy now have these type of corners of food without packaging, and this created a lot of improvements in the territory, because dealing without packaging allowed a lot of food producers of the territory to deal directly without too many passages, without this cross distribution system, to participate to this innovation.
It was more of a locally applied solution, and that was adopted then by the community.
As also, I think Alejandro was saying before, the small company is more flexible and fast to give a rapid response. Then if it is a winning choice, automatically, without institutions to make anything, the market changes, and also the big brands want to join these new sustainability processes, which means savings, rapidness, mainly savings, because every time there is a transportation of material, the prices lift up. I just leave you with one memory I had in a conference when I was working into the recycling waste management. There was this guy from oil companies that was so much interested in recycling of plastics, and we were kind of surprised for his such a big interest. And the only reason was that the price of the oil at the barrel market was above $110 at barrel. Below that, he explained to us that below that limit, raw material, oil material was still winning. Above that was not winning anymore, so they introduced themselves in helping recycling plastic.
Thank you all. This brings me maybe to my last question before we jump to the question and answer, because we have some questions there. Speaking about policies and institutions, Charlotte, how should actually businesses interact with policy, knowing that also most policies have yet a cross-sector to adapt to a circular mindset. A lot of them have already established, or adapted to this new way of making business and towards the net zero emissions goal, for example, if I talk about the construction sector, but some policies are still shy to really impose policies, which makes it easier for big companies to really not adopt this circularity approach yet. So how do you see businesses dealing with this, and how can also, on the contrary, businesses affect or push policies to actually allow them to practice in a more circular way?
Well, I'm going to just highlight an example from Denmark. So Denmark has set a target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 70% in 2030. So that's our climate target. And here the Danish government invited the entire private sector of 14 different sectors to come with their recommendations on how they could first of all, reduce their own emissions towards this 70% target, but also how their products and solutions could contribute to other sectors' decrease in emissions. And I think that's an example of how the private sector actually, first of all, supports this goal. And you can, I think, say the same of circularity. There was a specific climate partnership and circular economy. So they set up their own goals in terms of reducing waste, reducing plastics, and so on, and actually got the commitment from an entire value chain of private sectors working with this, but also came with concrete recommendations to policy makers and regulators on how they could implement and remove barriers for the private sector to actually contribute to the reduction of emissions. I know that this model is not, of course, possible in all countries. Denmark is only 5.6 million people, and we do have a very holistic society. But with that being said, I think the model of actually inviting the businesses to come with the concrete policy recommendations to make the framework that enables them to come with the solutions, because I can see that a lot of private sector, both small and big companies, they are eager to engage, but they might not have the right framework in order to deliver the solutions. So that, I think, is a really interesting example of that. And then the other way of when we look at policy is just, I think, also really interesting to see how businesses in some sectors, now you are talking about construction, for instance, they are actually more ambitious than the policy. So they are setting voluntary standards or having more sustainable, more circular solutions that are actually required of them. And I think that is a really positive sign that you can see private sector moving ahead of the public sector when it comes to ambitions within sustainability. So that's a way, I think, to actually affect the policymakers in a very, very positive way, saying we don't want to wait for your bureaucracy. We're just going to go ahead and set first of all our targets, but also implement solutions. And then the policymakers hopefully can accelerate their decision making as well.
Very, very interesting point. And this also highlights the fact that there's a need for all businesses to adopt more transparency, in reporting also on their activity. How would you see this being established in this
Yeah,
sector?
I think it's something that's not only a problem in Denmark, but also at least you can see in Europe now that when we want to, for instance, invest in sustainable products or businesses, we need to be able to compare them. In order to be able to compare them, we need to make sure that the data that they're using in terms of their footprint and so on, their sourcing of materials, for instance, it needs to be something that we can say, or we can compare these value chains and products. And that is not in place today in the wide scale, but it is, I think, something that's necessary also for consumers, both B2B again and B2C, to be able to make a circular choice. They need to see that the product that they're choosing is, I think that's also one of the questions, but is this actually more sustainable or more circular than something else? And that's very hard to see as a consumer today. It's hard to make a circular choice.
Alejandro, maybe before jumping, because there's actually a question on products and how consumers can shift from mainstream products to sustainable products. But maybe before Alejandro or Mauro, do you sometimes feel like policies that are set in your different sectors of expertise are actually blocking you from putting your product on the market because maybe you don't have the exact the product doesn't tick all the boxes of policy, or this product needs to respond to this I don't know, even maybe specifically in cosmetics, right? Or also in the construction sector, I'm putting a certain product or using a certain building component, I need to respond to this and that regulation, but maybe this regulation is not yet adapted to this new material. So how do you respectively deal with these points?
I mean, government at the end of the day is like a huge company, so you have to talk to them like you would talk to a big company and understand what are their drivers for change. Of course, they have some goals and objectives that are, in this case, sustainability, but then they will never forget about profit. So it's also helping them see the economical aspect of this and why it is not only urgent from a climate point of view, but also it is an opportunity that they are wasting if they do not do it. Especially when you look at the tax revenue that they are not currently making if they don't make this happen, for example. And then, as Charlotte said, before that actually happens, like they take so long to do anything that you start by doing proofs of concepts with companies to show them that it is possible, show them the numbers, and eventually, I mean, they turn around, but then that's more on a local level. And I'm thinking about, for example, encouraging the collection of coffee grounds from all companies in Denmark. And then that also takes me to the fact that humans do not react better to reward than to punishment. If you look at the bio-waste here in Denmark, it has been available to be separated for many years, but not all companies did it because it was voluntary. But this year, now some sanctions entered, and now everyone is forced to do it. And they didn't do it because it was an extra cost, but now the government is like, okay, you need to do it, or like no matter what. So, and the government is of course motivated by their long-term goals, but this can also translate to other things, such as plastics, such as coffee, not only from an environmental perspective, but also, okay, if we actually allow these materials to go or to extend the economical life cycle, there's going to be more tax revenue and more of sustainable offerings for consumers.
I'm guessing, speaking of this urgency in the climate and environmental urgency that we're facing, maybe Mauro, in your sector, it has been you've seen that maybe policy or governments are or also maybe municipalities, because I know you work a lot with local actors, are they making basically your life easier in getting on these projects and applying your new materials, or is it still a bit of an obstacle?
Well, let's say that in the construction sector, the main rules are about safety, so we're not going to change them for sure. I think every time institutions try to not externalize environmental costs, force the business actors to find remedies, and so other solutions. I have seen with my eyes that when people, also consumers, have the chance to change, also if they have to be forced at the beginning, the change in the mind of the consumer is so big that the market, the business actors follow that. We have seen, for example, that when recycling has been introduced into the cities, with not a punishment but an award system based on their waste, okay, they immediately, like in less than 1 week, they have changed the way they go to the supermarket and what kind of a product they use. They have understood, just because the institution created the system of recycling, the collection, this new way of collection door to door, for example, which is with the highest performance. In less than 1 week, the habits of people into the supermarket have changed, because they were looking for cardboard packaging instead of multi-material packaging that is not possible to recycle. Okay, and this led to new perspective of savings for the companies as well. Also, that in the bills at the end of the month for the citizen.
Thank you, Mauro. I'm guessing now we have to wrap up. Right, Cristiana?
Yeah, thank you, Yara. And also thank you, Mauro, Charlotte, and Alejandro for this session. It was really, really interesting. And I really enjoy to see a different perspective from the business than the one we had before. And in one sense, it was also interesting to hear how business also perceive themselves and sometimes ahead of the public sector and more entrepreneurial and willing to have some of the barrier removed. So in some way, what we learned in the governance session when we had more public sector actors was more how we can use sanction or incentive system in order to allow and to support the companies to move towards a circular economy. It's also interesting to see the other side, where companies also see, well, it's also important to remove barriers and actually allow us to develop our strategy in that sense. With that, I would really like to thank you all for this very interesting contribution to our conference, and I invite you to keep following us and keep on the dialogue as we progress throughout the day. So thank you.
Thank you, Cristiana.
And now we are going to have a break, and at 11 we meet again with a session on policy. So thank you all, and see you all online in a few minutes. So hello again, everyone. Now we're going to start the policy session, a very interesting session mediated by Queenie Giacone from OpenDot that will see Valerio Barberis from the Comune of Prato, Marcus Hatting, Textile, and Alex Pratsatis from P2P, which is from our own partnership. So I will give the words to Queenie so that she can start the session.
Thank you, Christiana. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the policy panel. Today, we're exploring the transition towards circular and regenerative cities. If we consider the circular economy as a solution that balances economic growth and environmental sustainability, then we need the intervention and the collaboration of stakeholders. As we've seen earlier, stakeholders are businesses that have a key role in implementing circularity. We have citizens, as we will see this afternoon, and right now we'll discuss policymakers. Because when it comes to regulation, it requires political vision, support, and control. And the role of policymakers might be to orchestrate this transition. So in this session, we'll discuss the role and responsibility of these policymakers from a business and citizens perspective. And we'll explore how these two stakeholders could be involved in a decision-making process. Here with us, we have two experts. Let's greet them, Marcus Hatting and Alex Pratsatis. Marcus, I'm leaving you the floor.
Hi, thank you, Queenie. Thanks. Yes, I am Marcus from the Textile Revolution. We are a think tank here in Denmark, and our goal and our mission in this life is to push the textile industry towards a sustainable impact or a positive impact on the planet and on the people that inhabit that planet. So that's kind of like the big vision, and we're really far from being where we want to be with this. But we have identified a couple of actors that I guess we will talk a little bit more about. But so we're working with the policy level, and we're working with the industry, where we are measuring impacts of businesses and helping them change their business models and reduce or even make positive impacts on the planet. And then we have a little bit of work with consumers, where we try to make guides and rule of thumbs to in this very busy life, in this busy world, have a better chance of reducing the impact through our clothing habits. So so that's us, and what we really strive to do is that we base everything that we do on data and on solid knowledge, so we don't replicate all or some of these myths that are alive and well out here in the industry. So I guess that's the introduction for me, I guess.
Thank you, Marcus. What about you, Alex?
Hello, thanks for having us here, and really looking forward to the discussion. My name is Alex. I'm from Greece, and I'm a core member of the P2P Lab Research Collective. That's a research collective that is based in Greece and doing interdisciplinary work around P2P technologies and practices and the commons. I'm also a researcher at the Tallinn University of Technology, and with several hats that me and my colleagues are wearing, balancing between research and activism, we're trying to raise awareness, but also document with academic rigor, while actively supporting commons-based alternatives. The P2P in our name, the P2P Lab, stands for peer-to-peer, the protocol for communication transmission that the original version of the internet at least was based upon. In our generation, mostly famous for illegal file sharing, which has a story of its own. But the reason we're focusing on peer-to-peer is as a to encapsulate the sets of technological affordances that were that we all rediscovered the internet so that human beings can communicate with each other without predefined roles and hierarchies and create value that can have massive impact in society. However, the relevance of this with policy is that even though our work is technologically informed, the issues that we have to face are most often than not technological, but political. So we do have these new affordances, these new capabilities for people to communicate, to interact, to coordinate their creative capacities and create massive amounts of value that is meaningful to societies, probably in ways that are more sustainable, but this is not a predefined outcome from whichever architecture. So there are political interventions that need to actively support and rationalize these relationships in a way that is meaningful.
Thank you, Alice. That's something we'll develop a bit later on. Marcus, may I start with a first question for you? Could you develop a bit more what you're doing at the think tank, a bit more about what you co-founded, and also its role towards the policymakers, because as you said, you're working with politicians as well.
Right. Thank you. So yes, so we are working with different actors here, and that's like the reason why we started this think tank is that we discovered how bad we thought it was with the textile industry. As you might know, it's an industry that has huge impacts, negative impact on the environment and negative impact on a lot of people. So we focused on the textile industry as a place where we wanted to push forward, really, and we have identified these three actors that I mentioned before: the political area, the industry, and the consumers. And what we actually do is that we go and interact with politicians when we're talking about the policy area. For now, we have talked like one-on-one with politicians and commented on proposals and those kind of like more formal things. But what we find is that many politicians want to do something. They want to make a difference, but they are lacking knowledge, right? So if you're a politician, you have a very busy schedule, and it can be hard to be really in depth with everything. And a lot of different industries are complicated, and the textile industry is no exception to this. So being up to date on everything that's happening and what can be done can be really tough for politicians. So what we find is that they really appreciate the work that we do, that we dive down into these policy things, and we dive down into what kind of problems is there in the industry and what can actually be done, like what buttons should be pushed and what can be restructured. So that's what we do in the policy area. And what we find is that in the textile industry, the really big problem is the overconsumption. So that's kind of like the driver of all of these huge environmental impacts that we see, and it's the driver of all the human suffering that we see. So of course, there's a lot of other things that could be done, and I'm very much in favor that we work on all the angles that we can find, because we are just up against huge problems, right? I mean, on climate level, on biodiversity level, all sorts of levels, we're facing these huge crises. So we should definitely work on all possible angles. But what we find is that the business models are really key here, right? So what is driving this overconsumption, which is what is like the engine of the huge environmental impact, it's because fast fashion is a good business still. So what we want to do is to kind of change that, and what you can do, like what you need to do in my perspective, is we want to like change the political environment, or the structural environment and financial environment around it, so that a fast fashion business model is not viable, like financially viable anymore. So that's what we want to do, right? So we want to put all sorts of mechanism in place so that we change the business model, rather than just saying clothes need to last longer, for example, like be more durable. Because what will happen then is that a fast fashion company would just continue the same make waste model, but with more durable products. And then we have spent more resources on making it more durable, but it still only lasts like these 8 times or whatever it is before it gets thrown out, right? So we want to kind of change the whole incentive structure, and that, like, to do that, you really need a policy, of course. I mean, that is not something that the technical way or the technological way can kind of do on its own, at least.
Yes, I see here 2 difficulties, actually. One is the politician that might not have time to focus and get deep knowledge into things. And so you as a think tank are supporting these politicians in getting this type of information. The second aspect is more related to the supports with these new business models. So I would like first to have Alex's opinion about this difficulty that Marcus is facing towards politicians. Is it something you're also relating? Is it something that with P2P Lab you're also facing? How could it support policy making, actually?
Well, the different levels we can engage into this discussion. First of all, I understand the difficulties that Marcus has described, that it's not only a lack of awareness, but it's also a somehow limited agency that politicians also have in the role of shaping things. And there are limitations either by the way public authorities are structured, the way political parties are financed, the way they interact with the private sector and society and so on, which is a whole set of political problems. But often it's also some ideological constraints and invisible limitations in understanding the role of policymaking vis-a-vis the economy. So there is this dominant view that, the economy is just emerging from the skies or growing from the ground and is taking a specific shape because this is somehow natural. And but there are all sorts of regulations and institutions and governmental bodies that are hidden in the layers of this complicated system that rationalize this type of doing business. As Marcus mentioned, fast fashion is a really good business at the moment, but this is the result of several faulty practices that have been established over the course of the last couple of centuries, basically, if we also include precarious labor relations and resource extraction in the global south and so on. From our perspective, our engagement with real politics is a bit limited because of the nature of the practices we're looking at, which are more radical and looking at more structural transformations of the economy and society based on the commons. And so it often happens that when we work together with, for instance, local authorities, there is this drive and motivation of the people involved to actually change things. And the struggle is then to find the hybrid models and the creative spaces to implement alternatives, because, as I said, political will alone is not enough to support alternative practices. So, for instance, there might be public administration support, but there is not alliance with a political level, or vice versa. Or it can so happen that we all agree on certain things, like opening a local makerspace so that local farmers can repair their farming tools, or it could be a local workshop that uses sustainable textile practices, but there are no appropriate legal forms to describe this sort of operation. The regulation on how people and local society can be involved with doesn't really resonate with work provisions and so on. So there are all sorts of of hurdles that occur in the way of really making these alternative practices viable. So what it often is the case is that, these sorts of operations really good and really nice for society, but they cannot create revenue, they cannot sustain in the market. But what we often forget is that the market is not something that came from the skies. It's something that we made and we can also change.
Yes, indeed. And Marcus, this is something you've been working on. There is this publication, EU Strategy for Sustainable Textiles, in which actually you're stating that the political framework should support the development of low-impact business models, and it should favor and reward creative business models that reduce resource consumption. So this is really linked to what Alex was highlighting. But how would you see it, like, on a practical level? How should it work at a local level? And to what extent is the local government responsible or does have the power to act and react on that?
Right, so that's a good question. So how I see it is that what we're working with is the EU level and national level mostly, and then we touch upon the more local level a little bit. So what I see is that all of these levels are interacting with each other, right? I mean, right now a lot of things are coming from the European level. Like today, the textile strategy will land here in an hour or two. So a lot of things are happening on the European level, but that has to be implemented in the national level. And then from the national level, some of the things have to be implemented on the local level, of course. So how I see it is that the further down you get, the more power of implementation you will get, right? So what we see, for example, with tenders, we have worked a little bit with municipalities. And what we see there is that there's a lot of action going on, and like in terms of they can do a lot of things. I mean, you have the restrictions coming from the levels above, but it doesn't take as long from an idea is evolving to the action actually being able to be pushed down. And I see that these even though the municipalities cannot, like on the really big level as the European level can do, can like push an agenda like on a lot of different countries and stuff, they can still push development, and they can still, like through their tenders, for example, say like what we will do on all of our hospitals and all of our, like within our realm in the municipality. What we want to do is reuse textiles in this way, or we want to demand our the companies that supply our clothes to make it in this certain way, or that it should last at least this long. So, and what that does, other than just facilitating this better practice within the municipality, that also push the development within those companies so they can offer that same service out to others. So in that sense, I think that that even the like the lower levels in this policy hierarchy in a way, that is a really strong power that they have that can be harder to do like on the way up. On the other hand, the other levels have broader power, right? So they can dictate what will happen like on national level or on EU level. But I see like the higher you go up, the more vague it becomes, also because like more people has to agree on things. So they definitely have power, and they definitely have responsibility. And you have responsibility on every level. And it's not only on the policy level, like also in businesses, everyone has responsibility. I feel like the more power you have, the bigger your responsibility. And so what we see is that you have a responsibility as a company, you have a responsibility as a politician, you have a responsibility as a citizen, but those responsibilities differ, right? So if you are a citizen, then your life is probably not about textiles, because like statistically that's how it works. And and of course your mind is not focusing on sustainability in textiles or whatever it is the whole day. So you manage your life, and you probably have like to pick up your kids, and somebody has to make dinner and all these things. So the capacity for engaging and to take that responsibility is limited, but it's still there. It's still there. So I do think that everyone has a responsibility, and the responsibility differs, both within like the different actors and like also in the levels of policy and the structures there.
Right, thank you, Marcus. Alex, any view on this? How would you see the different levels from the local, national, or EU perspective?
Well, yeah, I confirm what Marcus described, that there is agency to shape things and change things in different levels, and we often think of those levels as like a monolith, but we have evidence that the EU alone is already very diverse, but we still have a specific overview or of point of view being quite dominant. So, for instance, we see that research and development projects are creating different sorts of insights on different levels. They're working with different practices. They try to enable different forms of business. But then we have, like the EU fiscal rules that kind of restrain things from the outside. So there's this struggle of changing things while remaining consistent with what is the general view of how the world works, while and it takes a while to be able to change that from the bottom up. And here's where in our experience the local level provides or has demonstrated that there are many opportunities or more flexibility provided for alternative practices to flourish. For instance, in our research of real world practices about commons-based forms of governance, we see that the cities and the urban commons and radical municipalist examples of cities like Bologna or Naples and Barcelona have provided interesting and creative ways for creating these alternatives. Or there are less radical examples of cities that are able to create this sort of more diversity in their economic environment. For instance, in the textile sector, we can see how public procurement can change the way that services are provided and gradually build capacity so that businesses can operate in different ways, or local coalitions can be created in different ways. And a lot of this has to do with capacities, with what the local productive sector per se is able to support. Because I agree that there are different levels of responsibility between politicians or businesses or citizens, but these roles are often conflated. So somebody we all behave as citizens, but we still work somewhere, and we are contributing our power to produce something. So the more diversity we have in the productive sector in what we produce, the more agency that ordinary people have, not only on what they consume, but also what is being produced in their local area. Then this could be pursued, for instance, from more democratic forms of organization, like cooperatives or social organizations and so on. This can gradually build more diversity, more capacities for the political level to also support and foster.
Can I just ask you, Alex? It's just that can we talk a little bit about citizens? It just strikes me to be super interesting what it is that you're doing and how you are activating the capacities of citizens out in the local area, because what I have seen and heard is that it can be sometimes really hard to engage the citizens, and like the story that I told before about like picking up kids and having your own work and all these things. like to have that extra capacity to engage in the local area or engage in like some other political area? Like how is it that you are doing that? What's your experience with that?
Yes, that's one of the key struggles, definitely. And to provide a practical example, for instance, we're working with local farmers in an isolated mountainous area in Greece, where we found a favorable ground because the dominant business models don't really provide enough service there. So we have small-scale farmers in soils that are not ideal for the type of machinery that large industrial farming companies produce, and so we have this discrepancy. But what happens is that we often see the local farming sector being degenerating because of lack of access in this machinery, or because the ways that they can have access to that through subsidies or EU finance and so on sets rules that are at odds with their own practices or what is really needed in the local area. And so one way to engage with them is by providing alternative ways that they can support their professional activity, but they simultaneously change the way they interact with the local society. For instance, we have created a local agricultural makerspace. So it's a place where we just equipped with basic machinery for metal and woodwork, and also some 3D printers and CNC machines and so on. But most importantly, we try to engage international and local practices around sustainable farming, more permaculture and different ways of building tools and so on. And so we engaged with the local community, providing alternatives in the systems of provisioning, so different ways that they can do their work. But through that, we see that it also changes the relations of how they understand their locality, how they understand their own agency in shaping what is being produced, how is this being produced, and how they relate to each other, and how there are different ways of doing business. So, for instance, in Greece, we have a really bad legacy of cooperativism that was really corrupt and driven by political interests and so on. So through these practices and by presenting, creating more awareness of the global experience and so on, we can see that these views are
That makes sense. So you kind of you start with the local problem, like the local problem that the farmers had, and then you kind of engage them through that problem, but you can kind of like facilitate or turn that into also larger changes, and also like a local engagement in other ways than just the problem that it started with. Is that right?
Yes, and the assumption here is that people do what they do either way. If you look, and to give different examples, if we look at the most successful business models in the digital economy, for instance, now what Facebook is basically enabling is people communication and socializing like it would have happened in other spaces, like in a coffee shop or in the neighborhood. But it's just so the people are driven by different motivations to engage in stuff, but they just need the creative space for them to do so, and the practices that would allow these relations to flourish.
And so these initiatives started from your activity and the people, but then how did it work with policymakers or the local authority? Did you get some kind of support, or how did you somehow collaborated?
Yes, as I mentioned, this often works in exploiting some cracks of the dominant system in creative hybrid spaces. So here we have an area where there were a lot of abandoned spaces in the local municipality, and basically there was some level of trust towards our organization because we were locally based and we knew the problems of the area. And it's not that the politicians, the local authority was willing to drive this change or backing up these ideas, but they were just interested enough and had nothing better to do with this space so as to provide us with an opportunity. And then once they saw the interaction that was happening around this place, more and more people started to become interested and actually willing to engage in the dialogue of supporting this and engaging the broader community and making it more visible.
Yes, and Marcus, when you hear about that, do you see something, how would you connect it to what you're doing with businesses? Because what's Alex presenting is somehow new types of business models, low impact business models.
Exactly. And so I would find it like super exciting that we can pull from different people's knowledge and create something that hasn't been done before. And that is one of the things that we really need, I think. Like people are investigating or exploring these alternative ways of doing business, and we have to do that way more. We have the dominant make use waste model now, and we really need to explore alternatives to that. And of course, some people are exploring it, and some people are also, or some businesses are also succeeding in these kind of things. But we definitely need to do that more. And I think that again, we have to work on as many angles as we can. And I think that this way of going down to the local level and doing that engagement there, that really makes sense. I also do think that through policy, we have to kind of push the ones that don't really want to change their current business model, and we have to motivate the ones that are engaging and doing a good job exploring these things. So I do think that we have to work in different ways. When I look at the textile industry, what I see is that what we can do with legislation and policy would be to move the bottom, right? I mean, so the ones that are doing a terrible job of preserving the planet that we have, we can push them, right? We can make it more difficult to maintain that business model or less profitable to maintain that business model. But for the ones that are engaged and the ones that are ambitious, these directives and these new laws are not really changing anything, because they're so far ahead that they're not challenged by this legislation, by these improved measurements, or like these improved laws and regulations, right? So we have to engage them in other ways. And I see now that the European Union have put a lot of money into this. So if you are a company and you want to engage with this and you want to be in the front line, so to speak, you will be able to apply for these funds in very easy ways and get expert help to kind of improve. And that I find that to be one way of doing it, one way of doing this engagement, because if you do this at the same time, you say like we are moving the bottom upwards, and we are moving closer to pushing these the business models. So if you just stand and wait and do nothing, at some point you will be in trouble, right? Because then it will be super expensive to have the business model that you have. But if you act right now and you push forward yourself, we will actually help you financially to push forward. So I do think that like that those two ways is actually in some ways working, although I do think that it could be more ambitious, and of course, and we could move faster. But that's kind of also what I feel is the role of us as a think tank, and as you know, looking at the environment and the state of that environment. We have to push for getting things to be more ambitious, right? But things are moving a little bit, although too vague, not ambitious enough. Things are moving.
Right. And you, Alex, the other way around, did you have a chance to work with businesses, like big ones, and can you relate to what Marcus just explained?
Well, building up to what Marcus said, I just want to note that there is one elephant in the room that needs to be addressed, and this has to be the growth imperative. So speaking about viable business models and policy, where we set the goalposts is very important on how businesses rationalize their activities. And if we are still restraining ourselves in an economic system that is supposed to create continuous economic growth, this creates a lot of limitations for the businesses that might want to work otherwise, because this is on national level, this is how the contribution to the national economy is calculated. This is on a cultural level, this is how our idea of progress and prosperity is being influenced, whereas on empirical level, this is often not the case. So one thing that needs to be tackled on every level is that detaching ourselves from the imperative that we need to continuously expand production in quantitative terms, at least. And here is where the way that we try to engage with businesses or entrepreneurial practices in general. So we have in P2P literature, or the commons literature, we use a basic dichotomy between generative and extractive practices. So we don't like analytical dichotomies like for-profit or non-profit and so on, because this creates a lot of limitations of businesses to survive in the current setting, because we live in a specific institutional arrangement that people need to pay rent and be able to feed their children and so on. But what we're mostly focusing on is how businesses behave towards the resources and the relations upon which they rely. So, and this can be manifested on different levels. For instance, in the digital economy, you can look at things like Facebook on one end and Wikipedia on the other end. So Facebook is building on a set of human sociality, as I mentioned before. This is people engaging and sharing information and creating information and knowledge and connections and social relations together. But what happens in the back end is that we have these practices being monetized through selling attention, data, and whatever. And we have enough evidence that this has actually distorting and destructive effects on the very layer of sociality it supports, with all the kind of stuff with Cambridge Analytica scandals and the Facebook files. And now we actually know that Facebook knew about them, so that's even worse. Whereas on the other hand, we have things like free and open source software or Wikipedia, where people engage in the same type of activity, more or less, but we have the products of these being continuously enriching the relations and the resources upon which it relies. A similar example it can be on the physical level if we think about industrial agriculture and permaculture. So different practices that either enrich or depreciate the soil upon which they rely. So in our engagement, we try to create the conditions that would favor generative practices and also limit the effect of extractive ones. So this is as a general framework.
Yes, thank you. We now have a couple of questions from the audience. Let me start with the first one, and that's for you, Alex. We're here. Decentralized local neighborhoods is exactly the answer to create the space for transformation. Is that what you mean by open cooperativism?
Well, open cooperativism is a concept that tries to merge together practices around peer production and the commons on one hand, and the cooperative movement on the other hand. Simply put, is cooperative forms of productive organization that is producing commons. So you can think about a local cooperative of software engineers that create free software that is then used for educational purposes, or it can be used by the local authority, or it can be used by another cooperative that is building open hardware prosthetic devices for amputees or something like that. So this open cooperativism is about using globally available digital commons such as knowledge, software, or design, and also practices, organizational practices, to adapt them on the local level and create democratic business forms.
Thank you. And then a second question, just give me a second to read it. What do you think about conflicting interests from a governmental perspective? On the one hand, wanting business to make money, and on the other hand, wanting people to turn to more sustainable ways of living, which could include buying secondhand and repairing own clothes instead of buying fast fashion, or communities growing their own vegetables doing their own permaculture practice. I guess that's for both of you. Who wants to answer first?
Marcus, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I guess the question was about the conflict of interest, though. But let me can you read it again, or can you what is the short version of the question?
Yeah, so basically the concept is that there is indeed a conflicting interest, because governments would on the one hand want companies to make more profit, because we do need this money, but on the other hand, we're expecting citizens to be more careful to the way they consume and what they're consuming.
Right. So that is speaking directly into what you talked about, Alex, about the growth imperative, right? That we like the government wants to have businesses grow so they can pay more taxes, so we can have a better rating in the GDP, right? Basically in that. And I think that that we are starting to see movements in towards other paths here. I mean, we are seeing movements towards this well-being economy and growth in health and growth in happiness, rather than in financial terms or economic terms. And I have seen this as well on European level. That's interesting, because that's kind of setting some sort of direction towards some vague goal. But so I see that could be a thing. I mean, it could be a way of kind of ditching the growth imperative and creating this mindset of can we be happy and healthy, and can we have more time to connect with the people we love, rather than to work jobs that we don't like, to get money to buy things that we can impress people that we don't really know. That kind of thinking there. So I am very excited about that kind of mindset going in that direction. I see another attempt that is to try to detach the economic growth from resource consumption. But I do see that it is a really hard sell there. It's at best we are limiting the resources that we spend on our economic growth, and that could be something. But I see at worst it can be used as this smoke and mirrors in terms of greenwashing, and it can be this way of saying, don't worry that we are polluting soon. We have this technology that will make a zero resource consumption, and you can just buy as much as you like, because it's all sustainable and all that, right? And both that it's very hard to imagine that. And there are some attempts, if you look at not the whole supply chain and not a lot of different impact categories, then you can see different ways of doing this. The problem is that you have the rest of the supply chain, and you also have all the other impact categories. So it is a really hard sell there. Putting that aside, also, I mean, even if we could make these kind of supply chains that are zero impact, would we be satisfied? Like, would we be satisfied with just buying a lot of things that we don't really need? And like now, I mean, in the textile industry, would we be satisfied just having clothes that, like, wearing clothes for only a few times and they fit a mannequin better than they actually fit me? And there's been not a lot of thought to how it's designed and what I can do with it. Would that be enough for us? Also, just like living our lives, and I don't believe that would be enough. So I do think that there are two different problems with that version. That was the long one. Sorry.
All right, thank you. Well, we have to wrap up, but Alex, maybe do you want to give the final words or answer to Marcus?
No, I totally agree with everything. It's a really complicated situation to really discuss about incentives when we have that level of disenfranchisement. And I would emphasize this level that we expect people to consume and live better or differently or want different lifestyles when they have virtually very limited agency on what is being produced, especially in the local areas, but most important globally. So the spectrum of options is like a really limited spectrum of equally bad options. So we need to increase democratic engagement on the level of production and on the level of decision making before we're able to speak about responsible practices and reshaping incentives on that level.
All right. Thank you very much. This was a really interesting conversation. I'll now leave the floor to Christiana to wrap up.
Thank you, Queenie. Thank you so much. And also thank you, Marcus and Alex, for this very interesting panel. I think it nicely built upon what we had during this morning, because on the one hand, we started with a session on governance, where it was implicit that there are different levels of at governmental levels, but it wasn't really tackled. And it was really interesting to discuss how the European Union actually tries to incentivize and give very vague objectives towards circular economy, but what the problem is when it's translated into more local practices and regulations and what it actually entails. And actually, it was also interesting to see that you brought up the trade-offs and in the involvement of the citizens. How can we find spaces to implement alternative practices that can create alternatives towards the dominant logic, the make use waste logic, so to say, or the growth imperative. But also, how can we increase the agency of citizens? And as Marieke said this morning, how can we close in some way the democratic gap? And I think this is also a nice introduction to the session that we're going to have this afternoon, where we are going to focus on citizens to start with, and then afterwards on research. So what will be the role of academia and researchers in general in supporting the green transition. But right now, we will have a well-deserved lunch break, and we will meet again at 1 p.m. So thank you for this morning, and I'm looking forward to the continuation of the conference. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch and that you're ready for the two sessions of this afternoon. The first one dedicated to citizens engagement, and the second one to research and the role of academia in a circular and transition toward for cities. The first session will be moderated by Daniela Patti, who's co-founder and managing director of Utropian. Daniela, I will leave the word to you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this session. So we are very excited of being together and discussing about citizens' role in the transition towards circular economy. And I think in this historical moment, more than ever, it's very important for us to really think about how do we want to transition? How do we want to make sure that people are really on board and make the most of this change and really embrace it. So I'm very happy to be together with my my co-hosts to this session today together, which is Johannes Wild from iFixit. Hi, Johannes.
Hi there.
Hi. So we'll get Johannes to talk to us more about his work, and but it's very interesting to have him with us. iFixit is a global community of people working together in repairing things. So let's fix the world together, I believe, is one of the slogans. So we're looking forward to knowing also a bit more about how do we make sure that we work together towards this. We're very happy to have with us Lara Monticelli. Hi, Lara.
Hey.
Hi. So Lara is a sociologist, exactly, from the Copenhagen Business School, and will be talking to us very much. I mean, your perspective is very much about sociology in relation also to the role of young precarious workers. I know you've done a lot of research over the years about this, so we're very interested in knowing also the role of circular economy also in terms of economic and social impact. And finally, we have with us Marco Kessler from the Sustainable Branding Index. Hi, Marco.
Hi there.
Hi. Which is very interesting, as then the Sustainable Brand Index is one of the largest brand studies on sustainability. So we're very happy to be with speakers and co-hosts together with me in this discussion that are coming from very diverse backgrounds, as you see. And what we want to discuss in this session together today is really what is the role of citizens about this? Who are the citizens? This very vague word that is used for everybody. Could it mean anybody to some extent, and maybe nobody really? Because if we have to sometimes maybe be a bit more specific about who these citizens are when we're trying to address citizen engagement in circular economy, to really allow for a cultural and economic and social shift towards a more circular functioning of our economy. And this is why it's extremely interesting in the framework of the Reflow project to be really able to look into what has been the role of citizens in the different pilots that have been carried out in the project. But this is a moment of a broader reflection that we would like to take together with us. So I would like to start with the very first round of impressions for our speakers about, when we're talking about the role of citizens, what can their role really be in terms of impacting the transition, and especially, who are these citizens we're addressing, and what type of transition are we addressing? In terms of pros and cons about what goes with this. And maybe I would start, open mic freely with who would like to start with this very first impression. Marco, would you like to maybe start with your perspective on this?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. Pleasure to join this discussion. So, to kick it off, I would say that citizens play an very important role as a stakeholder in the overall transformation of societies towards more sustainable societies, because they have an active, or can be an active voice in the change that is really needed. Like we can see it, for example, with Greta Thunberg's movement and Fridays for Future, which since 2019 had like an enormous impact on both like the political direction, but also like created a lot of momentum around the need to really act on climate change and sustainability in general. So, and we need kind of the voices of citizens to really come together and be like kind of a player that constantly reminds us kind of we need to get better, so to say. So this is more like in an overarching level, corresponding to your question about the importance. And I guess we'll dig deeper into that. But I don't know, maybe I'll leave the stage for someone else. I can also say that we, for example, at SB Insight, we are doing a lot of market research around sustainability and consumer research. And citizens, we're also at the same time consumers. So we do certainly have an impact also as consumers in changing our behavior and pushing, kind of making more sustainable choices, and pushing also companies on the one hand through like activism, but also on our daily actions as consumers to make an impact and to come up. And we have also detected several behavior groups, but we can maybe come to that later. I would like to also give the others a chance to comment on that initially.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Marco. Yeah. Well, actually,
I would like to.
Lara, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe I should just mention that, of course, my work on precarious workers did it 10 years ago, and more recently, I am actually interested in alternative forms of organizations and collective communities like eco-villages, for example, that strive to prefigure alternative, more sustainable and just futures. And I guess that's why I've been invited by the Project Reflow team here today. So the role of citizens, yeah, I agree with Marco, is very important because, so we remember at the end of the 90s, right, the very famous book, No Logo by Naomi Klein, was kind of stressing the importance of voting with your purse, right? Voting with your consumption preferences. Of course, that's fundamental, as Marco has said, because political consumerism, as it's called, can really have a lot of direct and indirect effects, right? We talk about boycotting certain products for political reasons, economic reasons, or also boycotting, so choosing to buy a certain product and not another product for certain reasons. These kind of behaviors certainly matter and have also indirect effect of raising awareness, of fostering public debates around certain issues. Let's think about all the campaigns against, for instance, Nike or Nestlé. They really had an impact on the strategies and on the supply chains of these companies. On the other side, though, the sociologist in me is also kind of a bit critical on posing too much importance on the citizen consumer, because we always need to remember that when we shift participation from the political arena, right, the democracy, to the market, the market is also the place where inequalities are the most, right, starking. And so we need to be careful because, of course, if we think about an ethical, a fair product, usually we know the price is usually higher than an unethical, unsustainable product, because it kind of, behind this price, we have the cost of having more fair supply chains, more fair wages, etc., etc. So we need also to compensate that. How do we make sure that citizens are given equal opportunities in choosing which products to purchase, right? We're talking now about a moment of extreme inflations. Prices are raising because of the grand geopolitical situation, of course. So how do we make sure that the citizen doesn't become only a consumer, but only retains his identity as a citizen, which is an active participant in our democracies? And sorry, this is just an introduction, but I will be happy to talk about.
We'll explore more. Absolutely. Thank you, Lara, for raising this. But before commenting also myself about this, Johannes, I would like to also have your impressions, given your different background. That I think that would be very enriching to what Marco and Lara already put on the table.
Thank you for having me. I agree completely with what you guys just have been saying. It's for me, it really comes down to the responsibility. I think that's the main topic. That's the overarching thing. And for me, responsibility is rooted. It's politics, it's economy, and it's the citizen. And I think we all are responsible for that change that needs to be achieved. And we as iFixit, we really try to make sustainable living easier for people, for citizens. So we try to empower consumers or citizens to make a difference. This is our goal. This is where we engage to keep products in the loop and help people to do that themselves. So this is really empowering them. This is our goal.
Thanks, Johannes. I think it's very interesting that that the first element that rises from the discussion about, what is the role of citizens in circular economy, the first issue that comes up is the role of citizens as consumer. And obviously this goes with some problematics, obviously. And I think just following up to what also Lara was highlighting, to which I totally agree, because citizens are definitely consumers, but not only, and we have to be able also, as we said, we can look different groups of citizens and look at also their different economic power in relation to the circular economy, and what is their role in the chain, in the work chain that is related to all of this. The question would also be to you at this point, and what is the role of the governments when we're looking at citizens as members of a democratic political system, which is the system in which we are hopefully operating? What is the role that governments can instead have in order to collaborate with citizens in this transition? So I'd be curious to have a bit of a round, and this time maybe I would start with Lara to maybe give us a bit of an impact, just following up on what you were saying before.
Great point, Daniela, thanks. Definitely, I think that governments, and here intended, of course, at various levels, so local, regional, national, supranational, they have a very important role. Of course, the first one that comes to my mind is the role of enhancing and fostering certain regulations, because it's thanks to regulations that supply chains become more sustainable, that certain processes are allowed to become easier. And for instance, even when we think about what citizens are allowed or not allowed to do, regulation is very important. For instance, in Italy, very recently, there's been some new regulation that recognize eco-communities and eco-villages as legal entities. And thanks to this new legislation, which of course is at the very initial stage, so it will be improved, it will be revised, but these kind of communities now have the legal status to, for instance, purchase some parts of land, to rent certain land, usually is rural communities, and to establish themselves as regenerative actors in the society. So definitely a regulatory role, but also I think that there are some kind of, we think about a triangle. So we have the corporations, the firm, the governments, and then of course the citizens. So the governments really have this very important role in kind of balancing and regulating the access to certain products to their citizens, which products are allowed to be in the market or not, but also what companies and firms have to respect certain rules and regulations. I'm thinking another example, for instance, is the banning of plastic bags in supermarkets. This has come from years and years of also citizens mobilization, citizens associations and organizations pushing for reducing plastic use in supermarkets and in big chains. But it was thanks to the regulation that then this was possible. And so then you have basically a change. So in the sense, I think that bottom up and top down change, they really should go hand in hand, and we should really avoid simplifications and to say one is bad, one is good, or one is more efficient than the other. Actually, they really mutually influence each other, and they're both equally important.
Thank you. Thanks, Lara. Johannes? Oh, go Marco. Absolutely, go ahead.
Sorry, Johannes, you can also go if you want. No more. Okay. Yeah, like I just had a short comment as well on what, touching upon what Lara said. I think she made very like interesting, relevant points here. Obviously, regulations is a very important puzzle, like part of a puzzle in the overall picture. I would also like to add another point that I see as very relevant, that kind of touches upon the nexus a little bit of citizen and governments and about the relationship, and which is, and that applies to level essentially on like governments on all levels. So from the local to the national and perhaps even global formats. But I would like the term deliberate democracy is something like, so what that means is like that the government really facilitates forums for ordinary citizens to actually contribute to like the political debates that are taking place. We've seen some initiatives in France recently, some years ago, around also like forming climate policies. And I think this is a very important tool governments have, like to bring kind of the democracy to the people again, and offering them a forum actually to contribute their own ideas and views on things. And it also plays an important role in kind of legitimizing like policy and political decisions, obviously, and is a great like source for inspiration from the electorate at that point. And I think another point that's very relevant that it can help overcome is that kind of like those kind of debates about sustainability and like regulation, environmental regulation kind of permeates into like a kind of a bigger part of the population. Because I think one of the issues is that we're very much in a sustainability bubble. Like people who are talking about this, we're sometimes not even aware of it. Like we're like usually talking to like-minded people, to people all like sharing similar values. But essentially, and that's also what we're seeing in the market research we're doing, is that this is only a very small part of the overall of the population of countries. So like I've been recently reminded of that by looking at some of the data we gathered, that knowledge, for example, of certain terms that are hanging around, like climate neutrality, climate being climate positive, those kind of things, circular economy for that sense, it's like between 20 to 40% of the population who have some kind of knowledge about what that means. And that doesn't mean they understand everything of it. So it's also a very complex debate, and many people don't really have the maybe interest or energy and time to commit to that. So it's that kind of forum of deliberate democracy is a great place to engage people from all kinds of societal levels and really enabling them to contribute and forming policies, like extending that out of the bubble that we're usually discussing.
Absolutely.
I think it's really crucial what you just mentioned, and very well formulated. Thank you for pointing that out. And I agree. Sometimes we are really preaching to the choir and not talking to the people, the broader audience. And this is maybe also why we take this opportunity today to take these opportunities to discuss in a broader group also. And for me, it's really important to onboard citizens, to involve them in the process. I think politics often makes the mistake, making decisions and not engaging people, not including them, and this is important because we to make that change, to make the transition, we all need to do our part. And I think the question that you the initial question is really complex. What is the role of politics? Or I mean, it's protection, it's information. There's so much, and in the end, I think it comes down to helps citizens making more sustainable choices. That's what I see in that context as the primary task. This is a difficult one. This is a tough one, and I'm convinced it's not only politics that can solve it alone. It's really it needs all of us.
Thanks, Johannes, and thank you all, because I think what is interesting about this is when we're talking about this, yes, definitely there is an aspect of circular economy, obviously, that entails consume, and therefore our role as consumers. There is a role of us as electing governments and political figures that are able to guide us through the process. But there is also a very interesting level of self-organization, and this is something that is a bottom line of what you all said. And I think this, I'd like to get a bit more insights also from your side in relation to, what is the social dimension about this citizen involvement and citizen activism in circular economy? Marco mentioned Fridays for Future. We've been mentioning about the Citizens Assembly in France, which worked so and so. But there is definitely a very strong, in certain environments, there is a very strong, and especially the new generation, not only, but largely, I think this is interesting to see also a very strong political activism from the younger generations in relation to environmental issues, because it's not only an issue of economy, it's an issue of environment, but it's also an issue of social justice. And I think what is interesting, and I'd like to get your input, and I would like to start from Johannes this time to have a bit of an idea from also the perspective of the work that is being carried out in iFixit, is what is also the social impacts, and what is the role of citizen engagement in circular economy when we're looking also about citizen empowerment and looking into how the work of self-organization that we see, which can be at a large scale or it can be also on a smaller scale. So I would like a little bit of a few impressions from your perspective.
What we observe is that I guess the awareness changed throughout the last maybe 5 years. There's momentum, and that's really also I think it's also broadening. I mean, speaking for iFixit, iFixit is the biggest open source online repair manual, and we have more than 80,000 repair manual step-by-step guides, and we don't create those. I mean, we do parts of them, but it's really a huge community that shares our vision and that contributes to that. So it's not that we do that on our own. I mean, we create the framework, we create the space, but it's also a social movement, and I think that's something which we see quite often in different fields and different contexts. And maybe linking it to the previous question, what we also observe is that the lever that politics and citizens have already, touches on manufacturers, for example. So we see a bigger interest in companies to making the change. So, looking at repairability is an issue now. Manufacturers come to us and ask for help in terms of design for repairability, design for sustainability, and we try to consult them in a way and help them making more sustainable products that are more durable, repairable, energy efficient, and free of hazardous chemicals. This is important, and I think this is so many things going on, and there's so much change right now. And it's important to keep that momentum and ride that wave, because it helps us.
Thanks, Johannes. I think that's extremely interesting, because it's really starting also with looking into how also individuals really, and individual citizens enter in the circular economy with a direct interest of repairing, which can be for saving up money. It can be also because they politically believe in the role of adjusting and fixing things. But there's a lot of dimensions of social and economic dimensions to that.
Yeah.
And this brings me a little bit to Lara also. You mentioned this was a part of these research. Different aspects of this you've been researching over the years in terms of local communities working on sustainable in eco villages and so on, but also we referred also to your researches back years ago into the role of labor and especially of more fragile groups. So I'd like to understand also from you, what is your take about this? When we're talking about citizen engagement in circular economy, what is actually the take in terms of the social and labor impacts and quality of life?
Thanks, Daniela. I would like to maybe first take a step back and go back to what we were saying before about the social movement aspect. So in a way also what iFixit is doing is kind of collectivizing an individual action, which is like fixing objects, fixing products, and they're making it somehow a collective endeavor, right? And there's also a shared creation, like Johannes just said, of knowledge. And also from my research, what I realized in the last 10 years, we could take maybe as a pivotal moment, as a conjunctural moment, the financial crisis of 2008, 2009. I think that historical moment kind of fostered something. And I think it gave rise to maybe a new typology of social movements. When we think about social movements, traditionally, we think about groups of people, large masses going on the streets and protesting or claiming against something. Whereas like in the last 10 years, of course, I'm not saying that they were not existing before, but we've definitely seen a surge into this new type of social movement of collective, which focuses much more on the doing, on bringing the change in the here and now. And I like to call them prefigurative social movements because they're highly experimental. Sometimes they're short-lived. Sometimes these initiatives, they are really, instead, they really survive over time. They manage to become like long-term experiments, long-term initiatives. But what they have in common is that they're highly experimental. They try to embody the change they want to see in the larger society. Even if they're very niche, even if they're very small, they can really become seeds of change. And also in my research, I'm seeing that in eco-villages, these communities are experimenting with bioarchitecture, with new technologies, but also in terms of what are the values, there's also an experimentation. What does it mean to live together? What does it mean to thrive in a community? Or what does it even mean to live collectively? So there's really like an experimentation that is going on multiple levels: economic, social, cultural, even we could even dare to say on a more kind of value levels, even spiritual level, we could say. So yeah, there is this kind of shift, and I think there are these new social movements. And when it comes to the work labor aspect, just one very short comment is that we need to keep in mind that a big focus is now on the fact that the transition, the green transition, needs to be just, not only green, right, but also a just transition, meaning that all the workers that are involved, they also need to be paid fair wage. They need to be put in conditions that are also sustainable. So when we talk about sustainability, we talk about sustainability on multiple levels. Other critics, like in sociology, for instance, or other social theorists, they provocatively ask, we need also to keep in mind for all the people who are working in this bubble, like Marco was saying, of sustainability of what exactly? Because sometimes the feeling of some is that, are we trying just to kind of greenwash contemporary capitalism, or our quest should be instead a quest for really a shift of paradigms, a shift towards a different socioeconomic system that is not so prone to crises? as capitalism. And maybe I'm being a bit provocative here, but I think we should talk about really what is the change that we are seeking here.
Thanks, Lara. Marco, would you like to, adding on to what Johannes and Lara was saying, would you like to add?
Yes, yes, I would like to add some words. And like it's both Johannes and also Lara made very good points. Like I think like I have comments to both. Maybe I just start with Lara because that was the most recent, and then just a short to what Johannes was saying. So like this last part, I would like to also stress even like further of what Lara was saying is this kind of just transition. And like I couldn't agree more that we can't only focus on the green, but it also needs to be just, because we've several times before in the debate also been talking about we need to enable citizens to make sustainable choices. And that's certainly important. It's about like choosing other, like whether it's products, services, or whatever, but like choosing the more sustainable one is usually also more pricey, more expensive. And there's also the social dimension of, again, that many citizens maybe can't even afford to make sustainable choices, even though their heart wants to do it. So I really think that we in general in debate need to even get better in thinking those two things together and not like playing that out against each other, like jobs versus the environment, but rather like, you know, integrating this debate and designing models where we achieve both. Because what is clear as well is that in the green transition, there will be losers. It's not only win-win the whole time. There will be people who will be losing money. There will be people, and how do we, for example, in Germany, that's a big debate about like ending, like phasing out coal. There's a lot of regions who are highly dependent on that. Like, how do we remunerate them in a financial way that they don't oppose it, but like come on board, like reschoolings, for example, etc. I'm thinking of here. So this aspect of just, I think, needs to be addressed even more, because I think besides the education and everything and the heightened awareness of Johannes was mentioning, it also comes down to the actual financial capabilities of an individual and like, yeah, so this is very important to my mind to think that together. And just a short comment also to what Johannes was saying about the raised awareness levels. And I just want to add to that's exactly also what we are seeing in the consumer and market research we're doing. Like if we're looking in the markets, we usually, I talked earlier about the behavior groups. We have 4 of them, which are ego, moderate, smart, and dedicated. And obviously they're not aiming to, you know, like you could further go into them and there will be nuances in the groups. The groups themselves are heterogeneous, but all of those 4 groups have kind of like featured or identify themselves through certain behavior patterns. And what we see is that while ego, for example, is not so much caring about sustainability, and moderate is like actually also the biggest part of society, around 40%, which is like coming along when it's trendy, when sustainability becomes a norm, but maybe not actively pushing, is that those 2 groups are shrinking over time. We really see that there's like a whole movement from ego and moderate. So you could say our society is becoming less ego and moderate and more smart and dedicated. And to that part, smart is just someone who's interested in sustainability and someone who's also sees it as a kind of a lifestyle, but like also has this what's in it for me perspective. While the dedicated is really the ones that we see like activists who are in the forefront of the battle, and like especially those 2 groups are really, really growing in numbers. So that's something very positive to take away from here, that we're also seeing that there is change underway. I mean, the change is slow, but like perhaps it's also a glimmer of hope that I don't know if it's true, but like in some research I read that like usually it takes maybe 10 to 15% of a population to like start a change, a large scale change, and then like people will come on board and the change will happen. And so that's very good, even though it's maybe only 10-14% of dedicated we're having. I think those are a big motor in that debate, can be.
Thanks. I must say that one of the things, and I really appreciate that from starting looking into citizens as consumers, we're now looking into also what is the topic of just transition, because I think this is one of the most pressing issues that we have politically at this stage, is really looking into how circular economy becomes an opportunity for creative, inclusive jobs, improving the possibility for accessing to the market. Also, people who might not have a high level of formal education, in order to think about new ways and new sectors also for which to get on board people in new ways, in a more environmentally but also economically and socially sustainable manner. And I think this is, I would start again with Johannes to have a bit of an impression, because with the last question, and obviously you can add any additional comments if you like. Meanwhile, the last round, I think, is, what we're seeing is that largely this awareness, and this is something that you've been all somehow mentioning, is the bubble. There are certain environments who are politically more aware about the role of and more have constructive criticism also towards what is the role of this sustainability discourse, and are thinking about circular economy in a way that has social, cultural impacts that are inclusive towards a larger community. But still we see that, just as Marco was saying, what is the percentage of people that we need to have for real change? We definitely need to increase the basis of people that are active towards this. And obviously there will always be a diversity of perspectives, but probably we need to be able to move in a larger way in the same direction. So what I would like to ask Johannes is, from the perspective of iFixit, you started mentioning also how you've seen over the last couple of years changing also the type of people and the awareness in which they've been reaching out to iFix. What do you see, what do you think are the next steps based on your experience up to now, what are the next steps to really reach out to a larger citizenship in heading towards this change?
Actually, that's one question that is very much in my mind. And I wonder how we can interrupt or maybe even disrupt the wasteful and linear patterns of production and consumption. How can we make, needing less and using or having your stuff longer, make it the new cool? This is for me how we could reach a broader group, showing your phone and telling, okay, that's 10 years old and still like on the first day, and I repaired it twice, I replaced the battery. Look at that, this is cool. And not having the current model. I mean, that's boring. You don't have any, history with that. You don't have any binding with that device. It's just a new device like you can buy in the store. So how can we, make that shift in people's minds, making it the new cool? This is really what is on my mind, and what I saw in a small initiative, creating stickers that you can put on your devices saying, okay, this is 10 years old, or this is having this bought in 2000, or I don't know, showing also that you're proud, and I think that could, make it more attractive for others to follow and reach a broader audience. And also I think it's also about the narrative. If telling those stories of successful repairs, for example, this is something, when we do workshops with people, usually it ends with a smile, because people are proud, they're happy that they could achieve it successfully. They have repaired their device, it has a new battery, it's cool, it will work, it will last for another 2 years. And this makes them smile. And this is also a experience that children should make, not having that monolithic block of a device that is unrepairable and just cool. No, it's not cool. It's cool if you can replace it, if you really own it and have it for a long time. And this is where I also look for, people, with a similar mindset, making that to interrupt that thinking pattern.
Thanks, Johannes. Yeah, I absolutely also can recognize the fact of also having this empathy towards this, and satisfaction of being part of this process is fundamental. We must definitely also not underestimate this. Marco, I would like to ask also your impression. How can we reach a broader citizenship that is engaging and active towards this change in, you know, in the way we've been talking about the just transition as we've been defining it?
Yeah, I think like there's several points, like several strategies that like come to mind. I mean, like obviously, like also what Johannes was telling, this making repairing stuff like cool. This is like a normative mind shift that's kind of required. Like, and that is something obviously that also like comes over time, that can be triggered by such really cool initiatives like iFixit, and like where interest is sparked and where like stories of success are told, because I think that's important. We have so much negativity in our feeds and everything, and like so much oh, now another alarm report from Science, and we only have like, I don't know, like 5 years left or something. And while this is obviously important, it is also wearing down the average consumer. This is also an effect we're seeing, like though especially those who are maybe not so aware of those issues, they're like kind of getting into this feeling of helplessness, of like it's already too late. And this is exactly what we should avoid. We should really tell the stories of success, lift initiatives that are like on the forefront of actually doing things now. So I think this is really important. And then obviously, I think also to really educating people, like not perhaps nudging people. I mean, there's a lot of research on like making like the sustainable option in some ways, you know, like the default option. Like I can see that here in Stockholm where I'm living, that like people have like defaulted the option of like a sustainable energy supply if you move in a new home. I mean, that's excellent for people who don't actually care about, you know, like those things themselves. Like this will help, and that's not undebated nudging, I know, but like there's, I think, several strategies that need to come together here. The like education, it starts in school, like sensitizing kind of people for that this is important. And we're talking about a just transition, actually making it possible for people to live sustainably out of a financial perspective. So I think these are like the 4 pillars that I would stress, like, and the last one with enabling people through like financially is certainly a huge challenge, because in the end you can be as well educated about it, you want to do it, if you don't have the economic means, you can't do it. So yeah, it's those 4 pillars, I would say.
Thanks, Marco. I would ask a last impression on this also to Lara, and then we have a question from the audience that we'll get to. Go, Lara.
Yeah, thanks, Daniela. I agree with Marco that, but maybe also, I don't know, maybe in reality, I kind of disagree, in the sense that for me, responsibilizing only the citizen and the consumer is not the only and best strategy, because I mean, corporations are still pursuing, the big corporations that rule our contemporary economies are still pushing strategies of growth, accumulation, profitability, and those are pursued sometimes, of course, by not really paying enough attention how the sustainability, and here I talk about the economic and financial and social also sustainability of their supply chains. So I think there is also a need to change that. And of course, citizens, they have a great role. They can pressure the corporate world. They can raise awareness. There can be campaigns. NGO organizations are fundamental. Of course, activists are fundamental. But we need really to, we can't put the burden of this change, of this transition, only on the shoulders of the citizens. That unfortunately is not going to cut it. We need to also look at who are the subjects that are driving our contemporary economies, right? And these are the corporations that actually produce the goods and the services that we are buying as consumers. There is a shift. Indeed, I'm not sure if it's greenwashing or not, but recently, even the Financial Times had a new column titled Reset Capitalism, calling for rethinking the need for rethink capitalism. If we look at the economic forum at Davos, one of the chairs said that, of course, we need to reimagine capitalism, we need to rethinking. But so I'm just saying that to me, it's very important that we take a step back and we also look at the big picture, and we look at, okay, we've been living with this system for the last couple of 100 years, and capitalism has changed. Of course, it went through different phases and stages and crises, but it still works by abiding to certain fundamental rules. And so is it time to maybe question them, of course, and take this criticism seriously? And some people claim that they're already doing that, but I think we should also be critical of that. We should really look at where is it this only like greenwashing, kind of a surface strategy, or are we really switching to a new system, right? So maybe this is kind of more a macro reflection, but to me, it is also fundamental, because contemporary capitalism works because there are conditions of possibility, there are highly exploitative. Without those, capitalism wouldn't be able to reproduce and continue over time. And in fact, maybe this push towards sustainability, to this green shift, and the fact that big corporations themselves, they're really embracing this, comes from the fact that if natural resources in 10, 15, 20 years won't be available anymore, well, these companies will have to find new models of production in order to survive and still be profitable. So again, just to kind of put the big picture in perspective here.
And somehow connected to what Lara was the criticality that Lara was raising is also one of the questions from the audience. Now, we're actually stealing a few minutes from the break time, because I think it's interesting also what comments arrive from the audience, but I would ask you all to have very brief input, so that we allow everybody also to, grab a glass of water before the next session. And the question is related to this. So the question is, it is true that repairing is definitely a sustainable living mode, and obviously something that we should look towards. But the question from the audience is, how would this go together for need for economic growth? How can we make the government buy into this more than they do now? I think probably that I'd be curious. And meanwhile, we also got okay. And so I would like to ask you a very quick round also to sum up also your impressions in relation to that. And this time I would quick closing remark. We don't hear you? Yeah.
Me? Yeah, the connection was lost a second. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I would, in regards to the question, I would definitely also, I mean, there's like, you can, first of all, obviously question, do we really need growth? I think that's a question you should wonder about. And that's the problem with that, is that like the way we have designed like capitalism itself, the way we have designed our economy, like, and like we're kind of locked into like kind of certain past dependencies of the past. We like have a financial model that is built on like taking out loans, which are causing interest rates, which are causing a need to grow to pay back the loans plus the interest rate. So the whole model is kind of forcing us to grow. And like, while it is very like nice to think of like those of changing those ways, I'm not sure to what extent it will be possible in the short term. So like, because this is like a global economic problem, if you see it as a problem. What I want to add to that is also obviously there's different interests at stake here. There's like the interest of companies who want to maximize their profit, who don't have many who that's their major like purpose. And so how do you kind of convince them that like producing more durable products, which will probably cost them money? So obviously, that's why I also thought it was interesting and very relevant what Johannes said. I think in that point, there needs to be consumers who demand products that kind of make companies, yeah, we don't buy any more of your products that go like broken after 2 years, because we don't think it's sexy, so to say. It's not cool anymore. The only issue with that I can see is like functionality, because people always want increased functionality, technological approach. So there would need to be kind of things in place that even like older projects will, for example, get the latest software updates and all of those kind of things. But that's, yeah, I know I've been talking a little bit long, sorry.
No. It's super interesting, and it's nice to see how all engaged we are, but it's in order to everybody also to have the time. Very quick closing words from Johannes and Lara before we say goodbye and thank you to everybody. Johannes, would you like to say a few?
Yeah, this in the context of this economic question, I always, tend to answer, why do most of the countries still raise taxes on labor and not on pollution or emissions or consumption? I mean, this would make a big change, I think, and this is something we should really think about. And the other thing is really, I agree, we cannot push everything to the consumer or to the citizen. It's really also the role of politics. So while we are talking, the Sustainable Product Initiative is launched, and I think this is also something that shows how politics starts more and more to interfere and to incentivize producers to make more sustainable products, and also to push the worst performing product out of the market. I mean, this is really also the role of politics, and I want to stress that this is also highly important. Thank you.
Lara.
Yeah, so I would agree with Johannes that, of course, we need to stress the role of politics in all this, in kind of pushing, right, companies and the private sector to move in a certain direction. At the same time, I agree also with Marco that, of course, we need to find kind of a short-term kind of solution to deal with this, and of course, path dependency matters. But at the same time, I was wondering, economic growth, right? This is also a big paradigm. Why we could question that. And also when we talk about we, usually in politics, in government, but even like in big supranational institutions, there is this kind of we, a very shared sense that we're all kind of in the same position and situation, which is the same narrative of the Anthropocene, for which kind of the current climate change and the climate crisis is almost caused equally by all the anthropos, all the kind of humankind on the planet, but that's unfortunately not true. There are some parts of the planet, some countries, some parts of this world that are more responsible for this change than others actually, but the consequences of the climate change are unfortunately sometimes paid by those who haven't been responsible for this climate change. Let's think about some islands in the Pacific are disappearing because of the sea levels are rising. So when we talk about we, I think that we always have to keep in mind a kind of a world ecology approach, and the fact that we, who are the we that we're really talking about? There are for sure parts of the world in which growth is definitely needed to make millions of people step out of poverty. But maybe when we talk about the average American or the average Danish citizen, who, by the way, have the highest individual ecological footprint in the world, do we really need growth? Does thinking about growth still make sense? So at the same time, I don't want to embrace your pro-growth or anti-growth or degrowth vision in total, but I think we have to have a nuanced understanding of these kind of processes, right?
Thanks, Lara. So first of all, a very big thank you. We've reached the end of our session. There would be so much more space for additional comments and discussion because there's a lot of our speakers raised a lot of interesting questions, but I hope this will be also, you know, food for thought for the future, for the next sessions, as well as, you know, for our work and ambitions in the upcoming future. So you can all reach out to our speakers also separately, you know, you can find all their contacts. And I would like to say thank you very, very much to Johannes, to Marco and for Lara for joining this discussion and reflecting together about what is the future of the circular economy, what we want in this in terms of societal change, and how can we really embrace citizenship engagement towards the change that we really want, towards a more just and inclusive. So thank you very much to all, and I would like to give the word back to Christiana. So thank you very much, and goodbye to everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Daniela.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lara, Marco, Johannes, for this session. It was really interesting. And I think even though that actually ate up a lot of our break time, unfortunately, but I think there were a lot of relevant discussion, like the one of social movements that are highly experimental, and they're actually at the heart of also of the Reflow project, where our Fab Labs and their entrepreneurial spirit and their experimentation actually are at the heart of what we produced. But it's also interesting to think about, are we talking in a bubble? Are we actually talking among people that are like-minded and interested in circular economy? And this is also a good starting point for the session that we're going to have later, which is the research session, where we are going to discuss the role of academia in the transition to a circular economy, and how it will actually, how different actors can engage in a constructive dialogue around this. But I will see you at 2. Thank you. So hello everyone again. Welcome back for the final session of today's conference dedicated to research. This session, I will be the moderator of this session, and together with me we have Britta Gammelgaard, full professor at Copenhagen Business School, Anna Saravalli, senior researcher at Malmö University, and also Sarah Netter, Center Manager at CBS Sustainability and the Center for Business and Development Studies here at CBS. First of all, I would like you to say a couple of words to introduce yourself and also to say your connection to circular economy and your take on the topic. Britta, would you like to start with a few words?
I will. Thank you, Christiana, and also thank you for the invitation to speak here at your conference, your Reflow conference. It's really an honor. My relation to circular economy comes from material flows, that is logistics, and supply chain management. So there is a close connection between what I do professionally and also what you have been doing in the Reflow project for the last 2 years. I'm also myself participating in an innovation action project under the Nordic Innovation Fund, where we in the Nordic countries are developing together with companies, of course, some new insights into last mile deliveries. Thank you.
Thank you, Britta. Anna, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm really, really happy and looking forward for a nice discussion. And my name is Anna, and I'm a senior lecturer and researcher in design at Malmö University. And my story with circular economy started during my PhD, where I worked a lot with grassroots initiatives and how they can be supported. And later on, and I would say for the past 8 years, I've been working a lot with the public sector, in particular in relation to questions of waste and waste prevention, both working with the development of new services for the citizens, but also working within public organizations in creating capacity to develop new services.
Perfect. Thank you, Anna. Sarah, would you like to say a few words about yourself?
Yeah, sure. And thank you so much for having me. And I can only agree with Britta and Anna. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be invited to participate today. As you already said, I'm Center Manager at Copenhagen Business School. I'm responsible for CBS Sustainability and the Center for Business and Development Studies. And you can say that both centers are in their own respective fields, some of the largest concentrations of researchers that we have in those areas. And personally, my background and link to circular economy stems, similar to Anna, from back in the days when I did my PhD. And I've been focusing a lot on the textile industry, secondhand clothing streams, working with the sharing economy, both from consumer perspectives and business model innovation. And I'm looking very much forward to this session, because this is very much where my passion is, this desire to reach broader than the average 10 readers of the famous average 10 readers of an academic article. So that's where my passion is, and I'm looking very much forward to discussing with you how we can accomplish this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sarah. I think we have you have already introduced some of the key elements that we're going to discuss today. And actually, just to give a short background, while the transition towards circular economy actually needs the support of researchers and new body of knowledge, researchers are in a dilemma. On the one hand, they are expected to produce knowledge that is impactful beyond the confines of university walls, and to be able to engage in a meaningful dialogue with practitioners and consultancy outside academia. On the other hand, of course, there is a risk that their freedom of research would be limited by these practices. And Reflow as a project is, I think, is one of the examples. Britta has others, and you all are experienced with this kind of projects, is facing this dialogue. So I would like to discuss that a little bit with you. But to start with our discussion, I would like to start with a question for Britta. In that sense, you are a professor of supply chain management, as I said, but also editor-in-chief of a leading journal in your field. And I wonder, how do you think that this is reflected in your daily, this change in the way academia is interacting with external stakeholders is actually reflected in your daily work? I assume that you will get increasing number of papers that report on the research that is more of action research and so on. And I wonder what are the challenges and what are the positive aspects from your perspective?
Thank you, Christiana. Well, I should have said, and I should have had a nice background saying that I'm also at CBS. I'm a rather close colleague, actually, to Christiana, even though we have not done research together as per yet. But getting back to my role as editor-in-chief of an academic journal. Yes, you said one should expect that there's a lot of practice-related research, and I must unfortunately disappoint you and so many others. There is far too little, far too little. I am actually, calling for more action research, activism research, and intervention research, and there are actually very few submissions. Which is quite frustrating, because I think that there is a huge gold mine out there, not at least connected to EU projects, actually. So, but there are, of course, also reasons for that. The reasons for that is that it's action research, and being a part ourselves as researchers, as a part of a project, is by many researchers thought of as subjectivist research, and it is. And then people say, well, this is not scientific and all that. So there's a lot of that kind of, I would say, old-fashioned approaches to research and science within academia, and that also goes for logistics and supply chain management. The other thing is that it takes a lot of time and energy to be involved in action intervention-based research. You can see here the Reflow project. There are so many communities. I can just have a look at the program for today, where more traditional research has one target group, and that is other researchers, maybe university management. But here you have participant companies, politicians, and then of course also the funding agency. They also need to be happy about what you're doing. So citing a colleague of mine, a professor also saying, yeah, they might be interesting, this kind of projects, but there is also a huge amount of transaction costs in order to get one article published from this kind of research. However, I still think there's a gold mine out there, and I am doing what I can through my journal, but I think that more has to be done. And if that is not all already there in the EU, I mean, maybe we should start a little group focusing on intervention-based research. And maybe ask the EU Commission also for some kind of support. And well, that is just one thought I had in connection to this. Yeah.
Thank you, Britta. Definitely, we will take that into consideration and we will follow up on that. That proposal is really interesting, because I guess, and it's very encouraging to see journal editors that are so positive about this kind of research, because in some way it means that researchers play different roles within societies, not just passively observing and analyzing others' actions through their research lens, but actually take a different stand. And I think it also depends on the different research tradition. And this is where I would like also to involve Anna, because being a researcher, a senior lecturer and researcher in design, you, in my perspective, I'm an accountant, you are in a field where the interaction with stakeholder is more established than it would be in our field, for example. And then you are also expected to actively involve them sometimes in the co-design processes and so on. And actually, it would be interesting to hear your perspective and your what you see as advantages and disadvantages of this active engagement with stakeholders from your research perspective, and if there are lessons learned that you could share with us.
Yes, thank you, Christiana, for the question. And maybe I should start saying that design research is very much concerned with the connection between theory and practice. So it's both about, okay, I have this understanding, how it can be put in practice, but also if I do some actions on intervention, how these actions and intervention, what do they tell me in relation to theoretical learning? So there is always this sort of relationship that you are trying to explore. And for this reason, it becomes particularly important to engage in interventions, to engage with other actors and work together very much. And I would say the advantages, or at least the ones I could experience, is very much that it becomes you get access by being and working together with other actors. And in my experience, I've been working also embedded within public organizations, NGOs. You get a very rich understanding of a situation. And also you can understand dynamics that usually, I would say you can find theories that explain them, but perhaps they tend to explain them away. And in somehow, maybe you have a theory that explains what is happening, but it doesn't tell you what is the interest of a design researchers, which is how do I intervene in this? How can I intervene or not? So in that sense, I would say that being working close with different stakeholders provide you this richer understanding, not only because you gather so much data, but also because by working so close together, we are also carrying out analysis together, which means that you can use different regimes of knowledge and understanding, epistemologies that comes more from a practitioner perspective to understand what is happening. And I found this extremely rich and giving as a researcher, because it means, I cannot just rely on my own head, but also or the head of other design colleagues. But also on different kinds of understanding and perspectives. And the disadvantages, I really agree with Britta, is time. It takes a lot of time, and the funding can be a bit problematic sometimes, but you have to be a little bit creative there. And I think at least in Sweden, there is research financiers are extremely getting more and more interested into this, especially the ones targeting the topic of sustainability and sustainable transitions. But I would say another challenge that I met is very much building the competencies. What does it mean to be a researcher into this? And this means both, it raises questions of epistemology, research ethics, but also very much in the everyday communication, conflict management, and so forth and so on.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. I mean, you are mirroring the experience we are having also in Reflow. Here, there are as you know, we also have research design. Our methodology is a design methodology. We have the multi-level design model, and we started that evolved from a double diamond. So we are with Polytechnic of Milan. So I have, I became fascinated with this kind of research and also with this interaction. And I think it's very giving in that sense. And I can see myself in many of the positive and negative elements that you also saw. But I also think that one of the important elements is also, as you said, to be able to communicate among different stakeholder groups. So within a project, you have very different actors that have different epistemologies, and that needs to be somehow brought together. And this is also leads me to a more general question that Sarah also kind of anticipated before. So as researchers, we also tend to have a niche, a dialogue with researchers that belong to the same field, and in the same way use the same jargon and have some accepted theory on theoretical understanding of reality that seem to be replicated throughout our research. And I was wondering, in your opinion, since you have a broad experience in communicating, what are, in your opinion, the key aspects that researchers should take into consideration when they want to communicate, perform a research that is relevant for external stakeholders, but also communicate effectively to them?
Yeah, I think this is tying very nicely into what Britta and Anna already said. And I think obviously one of the key elements is time, to take the time to actually get to know your stakeholders, to identify them, to learn their language, their way of thinking. And I mean, when we're talking about circular economy, but also a lot of other of these grand challenges that we're talking about today, we need to take point of departure in real life experience challenges and issues, and not something that we predefine at our desks in our offices at university. So we need to take the time to get to know and understand what's actually happening in practice. And Anna and Britta have already talked about this. I mean, one of the prime challenges that we have is the funding opportunities that we have today. And I think there's definitely a need for more funding grants that finance smaller pre-studies, networking grants. There are so few networking grants that are really essential if you want to get to know your stakeholders, but also when you want to build a consortium where you also from the get-go can identify, okay, who can actually work together? How do we split up labor? Because otherwise, when you define consortia on your desk and then you get to start later on, it just takes so much time before you actually can get to the real work that needs to be done. So I think it's super important that we obviously also try to help each other out and give each other hints when we stumble upon these funding grants for such pre-studies, but that we take time to get to know our audience. Because I mean, one thing is to define our projects and our studies based on real life problems and not on knowledge gaps that you find in the literature, but then obviously also to make use of alternative communication channels. Because our colleagues, have fantastic knowledge, and it's great to see that also with open source movements, a lot of things are happening, but there's too much knowledge behind paywalls, and we simply don't know who's out there and who has these insights if you don't know what you're looking for. So we have to make use of alternative communication channels, not in order to replace our classic academic journals, but to reach broader. And I think that is something that we need to focus much more on moving forward.
Perfect, thank you. I think those were really key aspects. In Denmark, we have the startup seeding funds Reflow received to before actually applying, but I think it's true that it was really a key support just to get started and to start a dialogue that can also be difficult. I mean, we took some time just to align our understanding and our expectations. And in that sense, I also, as a personal experience, found that as researcher, I played a different role, but from the university perspective, I was still considered just a researcher that needed to teach and write papers. And then all of a sudden I had all of a different range of responsibilities that were not originally considered within academia. And in that sense, I would like to think in terms of a question that can be open to all of you. Do you think that reshaping the idea that one of the solutions that researchers need to face when they are currently dealing with actual research, but also with this kind of research, is reshaping incentives in order to support faculty developing this kind of research? Or is this a way to financialize, so to say, our research, and in that sense to limit what could be a more creative and open research that is not linked to this kind of funding? So Britta, would you like to start?
Yes, well, of course, I mean, you can create incentives from university management, but I think it takes so much more, and it will be a long-term transformation. And that is because of one thing that particularly Anna touched upon, and that is about building competences. It is difficult, very difficult to do action research. And because you need well, to be able to handle conflicts, you need to be really advanced in your social competences also. So it is really not for, at least not for many doctoral students. I mean, you need to really have some more senior people with you in order to actually be able to do proper action research. So maybe we need to build some new courses and programs that take this thing up. And then I was also thinking about, again, I mean, from a publication point of view, it is actually quite paradoxical that the most highly ranked journals within business, at least, often do not take action research because, well, they don't think it's scientific enough. But think about how much more difficult it sometimes is. I'm actually doing some statistical analysis in deductive research. Maybe it's much more difficult to actually create these journal publications, and they might actually also be scientific, very scientific, but measured on different criteria. So I think this paradoxical is actually, well, quite interesting. Then also, well, Sarah particularly mentioned also communication channels. And I know maybe she wants to talk about that herself, but I know that she has been doing podcasts on her research. Me, myself, I'm involved in practitioner association where we publish a magazine 3 times a year, and where we also try to get some research out working in practice. So, but that is also something that is not rewarded or are incentives for, to my knowledge, at least at the CBS. I mean, it's expected that we do it, but not much focus on it, I think. That's my experience, at least. Yeah.
Sarah, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with you, Britta. I think it's highly problematic then, and I think it's not only the case at CBS. You will also find that at other business schools and universities. But then usually when you look at career advancements and what is being looked for on CVs, then usually it's your publications where you publish, and obviously also you need to make sure that you have at least one that you publish on your own and whatnot, so not too many co-publishing, which is also an issue because it's so important that you work together with others. So I think there's some conflict, some issues here. And as Britta already addressed, I've been working a lot with podcasting, which I think is a fantastic way of reaching broader, but still also relatively comfortable for those colleagues who might not be too happy to be put in a TV studio. So it's definitely more comfortable to be sitting in my office and to record a session there. So podcasting works or worked really, really well for us, I have to say. But then again, as Britta highlights, we have these you might even call them systemic challenges in the university sector, how we advance our careers, what is being appreciated, and to what extent we actually also receive training and guidance in how to go about these collaborations. I think it's especially for younger researchers, it's extremely important to receive media training, but also to know how to go into negotiations with other stakeholders in these projects, so that you're definitely not being sidelined or end up with a data set that you can't really use afterwards. So there are so many elements in here that are very important that we need to address.
Perfect. Thank you, Sarah. I think you touched upon some critical elements also for newer research in academia and PhD students that need to approach these different ways of dealing with research that doesn't start with with a simple literature review, understanding what the key authors of the literature say, and then trying to replicate in that sense by finding themselves in a real world and trying to be more engaging, as Britta said, and that requires more experience. Anna, what is your point on that?
Yeah, I really agree with Britta and Sarah, and I think there is a need of having, let's say, strategic actions in relation to recognize that perhaps we need to cultivate different methods of research, because different questions require different approaches. And so we don't end up in this situation where we have everything is a nail because we just have a hammer, but how do we create and cultivate different tools for dealing with this quest of finding knowledge and developing knowledge. And I think I really agree there is something to be done at the university, and I think I'm really lucky to be at Malmö University, which has not only a tradition of working a lot in collaboration with external actors, but which at the moment is looking at how research collaborations and collaboration with external actors can be counted in your academic career, so become as important as how many articles you have published, which I found it really, really interesting. But beside the strategic actions that are very, very important, I think also perhaps as researchers we need to be a bit tactical and think about, okay, given the situation, how do we move? And something that I found, now my colleague is not here, so I'm talking for her. She's from organizational science that are a bit more in a traditional research framework. And she finds really interesting to collaborate with me as a designer, because I have this sort of different research approach. And we have been looking together for publication venues where to publish. And in this sense, perhaps it's about also thinking about how can we create alliances between fields where maybe action research or participatory research is more established, and how can we find ways to work together across different disciplines, which, by the way, when it comes to sustainability, it's really, really needed. But I would say also, especially when it comes to the field of sustainability, I think it's a couple, in 2020, there is this article on knowledge co-production as a method that came out on Nature. So in that sense, I would say that at least when it comes to sustainability, that there is an increasing understanding that we need to work in this way. We need to work across disciplines and across professional boundaries. So in that sense, I'm quite optimistic, but we'll see.
No, thank you. And I think, I couldn't agree more, because I feel that Reflow brought to all its stakeholders as a result an enriching vision on research and the ability to work and to start thinking across disciplinary boundaries that are maybe very rigid and and maybe even less productive in that sense, because we rely on tradition that wouldn't accept. And I would say in my field, action research is still not truly accepted, and we need to find ways to publish within the data that we have. But it's interesting that we can collaborate with other researchers. But that also leads to some of our expected thing, what we would like to have as researcher. And actually, since Sarah has so much experience with collaborating with researchers at the Sustainability Center and so on, and also within CBS, but I think you have an international experience in that sense. If you had, the magical wand, you would give advices to universities, or we would change something in the current situation to foster a better and support researchers in engaging with external stakeholders. What would you change in the university landscape, so to say?
Where to start, right? I think there are different to use Anna's imagery that she used before. I think there are different hammers, different tools, different nails that we could use. I think what the idea that I find quite interesting at the moment is, especially when thinking about how much we're being pushed for more STEM or STEAM, if we also include the arts collaborations, the idea of creating hubs with researchers from different disciplines, and to give them some time to see what they can actually come up with, to move outside our usual boundaries, our usual departments. And I mean, if you want to take baby steps, then you can even say, okay, not to get rid of departments and centers, because we quite like them, right? But then again, I think it could be quite interesting, even within the same institution, to mix things up once in a while, to say, okay, well, we create this space where we actually have researchers from different departments get together, spend some time together, and see what can come out of this, or impose some dogma. Say, also coming back to what Anna said before, if we have certain tools and methodologies that we always use within a certain discipline, what if we flip things upside down? What if we take the complete opposite approach of what we usually do? And maybe that will generate more research that Britta is looking for in her journal, by trying to do things differently, trying to impose certain rules, certain styles, just to challenge ourselves, to try something new. Because if there's one thing, and I know this is complete stereotype now, but having worked with researchers for quite some time, we like things the same way, right? We like to do things how we usually do them. We like to stick within our safe space. We don't want to speak about anything that is slightly outside the boundaries of what we know, where we see our own expertise, that is already a little tricky. So if we can kind of gently nudge our colleagues to just dip their toe a little bit in unknown waters, and join forces with colleagues from other disciplines, I think there can be some really fascinating contributions to come out of this. And you can already do this in relatively safe spaces. Say, set up seminars with researchers from opposing disciplines, or setting up a podcast or a panel, or what it could be, but trying to bring people with different perspectives together to learn the language, to get a better understanding of their mindset. I know this was not one magic bullet, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, but that's a start, and I think it would be interesting to continue this conversation also afterwards, including other disciplines and other researchers in that sense. But I mean, if we want to play the devil's advocate to some, say, if you start engaging with this different research, in some way you could also create some breakdowns in the cultural setting, because you bring about experiences, a way of working, mentalities that belong to different fields. And that could change the way practitioner works, but also the way academic works. And I think we are experiencing it as academics that engage with this kind of project. And I wanted to think, given that Anna has more experience with this, if you have a thought on this and what can be the possible outcomes of this collaboration in a positive, negative way, and what would we learn from it?
Yes, thank you, Christiana. I think I've been through so much very complicated and crises and crazy situations that I can barely count off. And I think what I'm learning, what are my humble learnings about it, is really the importance of understanding that these processes, you can't really plan them. At least you can have a direction, but you need to continuously keep a dialogue with the people that you are involved, not only in relation to, okay, what are we doing and what it's next, but also on the actual, how does this feel? And how are we all comfortable in this or not? And what is happening behind the walls or the curtains that we are not really seeing, for example, within organizations and so forth and so on. So in this sense, it's really, really important to keep up this dialogue, but also supporting when you work with stakeholders to see these processes as processes of that are basically about learning and learning together. And why I stress this is that because sometimes there is expectations of creating new solutions, and sometimes this can happen. You can create, for example, in my case, we've been creating new services, new models within the organization, but that the focus should be rather on how can we learn through this process and where does this learning can do benefit and help also the people you're working with in thinking about that and thinking, for example, how they can bring back this experience within their own organizations so that it doesn't become just something that happens between the researcher and the single civil servants or activists or citizens, but really try to think a little bit broader. But really, really the importance of keeping up this sort of dialogue about how the collaboration is going, how people is feeling. I think it's really, really crucial, or at least that has been my experience.
No, that is interesting, and I guess I fully agree with you that this, while it can create frictions, but is also the only way to foster an active change that we have also been discussing throughout today's session. The small step that change the mentality and the way we the dominant logic in some way within organization. And I think it's your testimony is really interesting and very valuable in this. And I would say it also, we have been touching upon the idea of having a career also, because we need to balance out what academia has strict requirements in terms of how you progress in your career, but also our research interest that would want us to actually engage more in practice despite the difficulties that we can face. And I would say, Britta, given that you are a full professor and editor of a journal, of a leading journal in your field, I wanted to ask you if you have any advices that you could give to people who are listening and to researchers in that field on how to balance that.
Well, I shall try. I think that here from the whole panel, there have been so many interesting points. There is one thing I don't think we have touched upon, and that is management of a research project. And I anticipate that the management aspect is so much more important in research that has a close connection also to external stakeholders. So maybe we'll be educated not only in research, but also in research management would be a good thing that I think will point forward in this kind of research that I also find, of course, highly interesting and giving. So yeah, so it's about, well, learning together. Anna mentioned that, and having a dialogue on collaboration. I think that's so important, and that's also what made me think about, well, management. So that's a part here. And Yeah, the social aspects and interaction with external stakeholders. There is one thing, in addition to getting the messages out to work in practice, actually becoming a known face or voice in practice also creates access to practice that we want to study. So that's also a good thing about that. Yeah, so well, go for it. And then we will have to develop more competences along the way in one way or another, I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Britta. I mean, I think that listening to you gives also a positive light, so the positive light on the research that we seem to find interesting, despite again the difficulties that that we need to face in this. But if, of course, if there are questions from the audience, we can take there. But in the meanwhile, I would also like to ask a general question, a concluding question to all of you. So if we look forward 5 or 10 years, well, what do you think would be the state of the art of research and an interaction between academia and stakeholders, considering what the current situation is? Do you think that this kind of research, like innovation action projects, for example, would be mainstream also by business school or traditional universities within traditional social science disciplines? Or do you feel that it will remain a niche, and then it will kind of end the situation? What would be your idea on that? Anna, would you like to start, or Sarah, as you want?
Shall I go first, Anna?
Yeah. You do.
I think we'll definitely see more of this, but I think it's quite crucial that we in business schools take a more active stance in how this is going to go about, because very often when we have, especially these interdisciplinary projects, multi-stakeholder projects, very often business schools end up being, especially when it also comes to these STEM projects, end up being the more the latest add-on, because we also needed this business perspective on things. And I think that's quite problematic, because then we end up in a position where we just have to make things fit. And I think it's very important that we take a very active role from the very beginning. This comes obviously also back to the discussion that we had before in terms of to what extent do we appreciate this, how highly do we regard this. But I think it's very important that we seek out these opportunities, that we take an early position in this, so that we can be part of the defining process and don't just end up being the latest Lego brick that is being added to these projects.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I couldn't agree more. Usually they reach out to business school. Oh, we need the performance management, we need the impact assessment, and then we this is what they're asked. But in Reflow, CBS was there from the beginning, so at least we shaped the understanding of a circular economy. So at least we are not guilty of charge here. But Britta, you would like to, or was on?
Well, yes. Well, in about 5 years, I mean, we will not be there in 5 years, I think, because the hierarchies in the disciplines are so strong. And so it takes time to change that, because, action or intervention research needs more space in journals and in universities. So it will take longer, I'm pretty sure. But I'm also sure that it will not come by itself. So we need to do something. Otherwise, things will not change. So that was my input and answer to your question.
Thank you so much, Britta. And sorry, Anna, I mentioned you before and then I skipped your part, but please.
No, it's fine. I really agree with Sarah and Britta, but I really hope that, my hope is that we will have knowledge alliances. And with knowledge alliances, I mean long-term processes where researchers and different societal stakeholders work together. And I think it's really, really urgent when it comes to sustainability. I mean, IPCC report says that we have 8 years, and then before everything collapses. So I think we really need to start to create knowledge together and do research processes together with different stakeholders to understand how do we get there? How do we transition?
Thank you, Anna. I mean, sometimes we tend to forget how urgent and how real the wicked problems we are tackling are in some way. And I mean, we're trying to do we are a small drop in the ocean, but I mean, at least I think it's important that we collaborate. But I guess, I mean, at this stage, I would like to really round up this session and thank Anna, Britta, and Sarah for participating. It was really a very excellent insight into research and academia, but also in a way that we could really think of how to better integrate our research and to make it more impactful, but still relevant for us as members of the academia. And of course, I would be interested to continue this conversation and to see how we can actually develop these seeding ideas further. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your intervention. It's really interesting.
Thank you. Thank you, Christiana and Noel. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. So I wish to again thank all the panelists that participated in today's in the first day of our conference. It's been really interesting to have all of you here, and I would say it's interesting how different stakeholders in Reflow actually developed similar themes and similar thoughts in many ways. The role of the government at different levels, but also the role of citizens and which are the barriers and that needs to be lifted in order for us to have a more active role in sustainability, but also to solve a problem that is actually critical and pressing. And I guess that this was a really interesting discussion in where I'm sure I speak on behalf also of the whole Reflow partnership when I said it was very interesting to get insights into the work that we have been developing over this year with Reflow, with researchers and in particular international experts that gave their point of view in what we have been doing. But before I close today's session, I would like to briefly guide you to the agenda that we're going to have tomorrow, which will be the second day of the conference in presence at the Copenhagen Business School premises. So tomorrow we are going to, let me share my screen. Tomorrow we are going to open the session with the CBS Prorector Inger Eskehaug and with the Green Transition Officer Hanne Hermansen from CBS, and we are going to focus on three critical sessions. The first one, the idea of what we mean by having circular and regenerative cities. How do we understand cities as living organisms that need to develop in order to survive and thrive despite the current situation? The second element, the second session would be on technology. And within Reflow, we have developed digital ledger technology. Some of our partners will be present and discuss this controversial issue of the role of digital ledger technology within sustainability. The third session would be, and the third and fourth would be devoted to the pilot city. Our pilot city will have a booth where they will present the prototypes that the work that they have developed in Reflow, but they will also have a space where they can present their findings in Reflow and the work that they have developed. And I'm sure it will find it extremely interesting. Then we will close this session with the conference with two sessions. The first one on social impact assessment, and this is close to our research interest. How do we actually combine the social interest, but also with the economic benefits that seems to be an enabler and to for many stakeholders to implement circular economy, and what are the trade-offs that we need to face in that session. And we will close the session with a discussion of what are the learning of Reflow and how they can be not an experience and once-off experience that lasted for 3 years, but actually can continue to produce positive societal effect for the year to come. And then we will invite you to a networking, some networking time together. But right now, I would just like to say thank you to all. And if you want to keep in contact with us, you also have all our contacts here. And thank you so much for being with us today. And we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow in person at CBS. So thank you.